we are seeing in online mode. Basically, online mode, we are presenting the screen. So how many students are coming and going whenever they are joining, they are attaching or they are interacting. That is a big issue on online classes.
Exactly. So that is a very big challenge for us, right? It's a very big challenge for us really to do the outcome-based education in online mode. And many people are actually raising these issues whether online we can really go. Although due to COVID we have found these problems, we have tried to find a solution, but still whether it is a really solution for us, we do not know. Even the batches of this COVID period, how will they be treated in the next few years? We do not know whether it is going to be trained for everyone or really this will become a menace for these few batches. We do not know, right? So the priority of the teacher is having a huge role to know whether the teacher wants that the learning outcome will be really reflected from the student or not, or we will be always eager to go through our syllabus and complete that within my scheduled time. So this is completely based on teacher. I hope all of you agree. It all depends on our mental conditions, whether we'll be really going for every time we'll be asking the student whether it is actually possible or not. That is also a question. Where while we are delivering a lecture, then many times we are in ourselves and we sometimes forget that whether the students are there or not to look at that, or even if they are there, then whether they are coming with some comments on that or not, because these comments will be really necessary for establishing a relationship which will be ultimately making a good human resource. And that establishment really lacks many times. Even if you just think of forget about this COVID situation, if you just look at a normal class, in a normal class, you are having a certain amount of, as per the your lesson plan, you have got a lesson to complete, or that particular day you are moving with a class and you are just looking at the class and you are finding out key, okay, there are 40-50% student present over there. Most of the times attendances are like that in many colleges, sometimes even bigger than that, but still whether all of them are concentrating on your class or not. How many times we get to that point? Even if we are writing on the board and if we are getting back to them, what do we find most of the times? And how much time we provide them for getting the attention? Do we really move inside the classroom? Do we really try to reach, not always reachable some people, but do we try to reach all the students? Any points? I do not know how many of you are listening, but anyone can tell me your experience, because this is just a share. Everything you already know, but I'm just sharing some experiences with you and try to know about yours.
Some of the cases papers depend on the subject to subject, varying on the mathematical paper and theoretical paper. Their student concentration attention is varying, because same class may be interacted in some of the paper, some of the teacher. That is depend on various aspects that depend on the teacher who is teaching, who is the subject is this. And maximum of the cases we have to move to the last bench of the students, so that what they are doing actually.
Exactly.
So we need to focus on that.
That is really a quality of a good teacher who wants to reach to the student. So that should be a priority of a teacher. That's why I've given this point. Whether we have the priority or not, if we are not having, then we need to develop it. That is the first point where the teacher is starting the outcome-based education, to just look at the reflection of what I have given and whether that is being reflected by the student or not. In the question, in the form of question, in the form of query, in a query phase also. Sometimes the phase can be of having a query, an inquisitive phase. That also can be of important thing, such that as at least you could make some inquisitiveness within him. So that is the bringing attention. The bringing attention should be there. It's not like just giving full board of mathematical derivation and finding out, hey, have you written over this, or have you done it, or these things, or you just do these things in your home and all. But this syllabus is complete. So the good teacher ultimately can make really a good student. So it's all about teachers first of all. Then we are coming to the priority of a student. What is the priority of a student nowadays? Now, yeah, it has come. What is the priority of a student nowadays? Is it just to get everything, all the resources first of all, and accumulate that during the examination? Even if we talk forget about this current situation where we see that a lot of problems are happening during examination, we are not able to see what examination actually they are giving. Even if we are having a proctored examination, we are not knowing whether exactly what he is writing, where from exactly he is writing. Do you agree with me, anyone? Can we really always know that yes, uh, that the student is perfectly giving the examination even if in a proctored mode? So we do not know. Most of the times we do not know. Even if we just see them, that still they're writing, but what exactly they are writing, how they are writing, we do not know. Now the question is the students' priority in a normal class also. Whether the students are always looking for the uh, to get the knowledge in the class, or they are just trying to get resources, or even they are not doing that also. So there are a lot of different type of
It is
yeah.
depend on the, I think as I have surveyed, if 100 students are sitting in a class,
Hmm.
15 to 20, maximum 30 students are coming to get the knowledge.
Right.
And they are not cared about the attendance, because their attendance is good. Their attendance almost above the 90%. So they are not careful, they are not scared about the attendance, but they are taking attendance, giving attendance.
Hmm.
But after that, the students, mediocre students,
Hmm.
they are coming in the both. Some of the cases they are concentrating on the class, some of the cases they are concentrating on basically they are lack of objectives.
Yeah.
30 students, first 30 students have some objective, second 30 or 50 students have lack of objective, and last students, they are coming frequently, coming or going, they are not concentrating on the class.
Exactly. So basically, this is a very difficult condition to control, because if the student is himself not trying to get the knowledge, if they are himself, now it is also not a very uncommon issue. If we think ourselves as a student, if we just look at ourselves, sometimes whether we are listening to a lecture, whether we are responding to a lecture, then there also we can see the same thing, isn't it? Whenever we are watching about a lot of discussions, even if you talk about the FDP, any FDP on earth, you'll see that a lot of people are there, but still very less people are actually eager to respond, or may not be having time to respond, or may not be having the interest to respond. This is not a very peculiar phenomenon. This is a normal phenomenon, and everybody understand that. But that is the point where the students are also getting deflection from us. So basically, if a good teacher is trying to get involved the students all the time, then there will be some reflection coming from the student also. And they'll be also trying to think that at least this sir's class, this teacher's class, we would like to see or look at it. As you said, rightly said, that depends on the teacher. It also depends on how exactly these things are presented. The presentation type, the communication style of the teacher, everything actually makes the student attentive or not. So that's really a very important point. But the priority of a student, we sometimes need to also have an improvisation on that, some improvisation on that, such that their priority also becomes knowledge, their priority also becomes skill. Because we see in current world, in the core engineering branch especially, a lot of students who have passed in last 10 years or 15 years, many of them are not employable. This has been a fact and been probably discussed in many occasions, and ultimately that has given the input to the AICT to really change the curriculum, to make it advanced with more important subjects, new subjects, interdisciplinary subjects, to come up and set them in such a way that people can really excel in the real field as per the industry 4.0, industry 5.0 coming up. So the priority of a teacher and the priority of a student, these two important things always define whether we will be going for an outcome based education, or we are still exactly in the same previous situation where we were. Now I'm coming to this evaluation part, which is an integral part of outcome based education. Are we accustomed with continuous evaluation? I'm getting I would like to get some views from the other audiences also. I'm thankful to Dr. Shumanta Bhattacharjee for his beautiful inputs. And this is another important question. Are we accustomed with the continuous evaluation or not? Are we really doing continuous evaluation, or it is just on paper? That is again a very important question to ask now to ourselves. Or probably, can we manage, if we think it in a different way? Can we manage that, the continuous evaluation process perfectly? Can we see all the assignments? Can we see all the question papers, all the answer sheets every time perfectly? It's not like just watching perfectly, and we provide marks everyone to, and also inform them, and also make a discussion with them with these are the points where we are lacking, you are lacking, and these are the points you could improve. Can we even reach them all the time? That is also again a problem. Even if you're doing all these things, but still reaching them and ultimately giving some inputs.
So it is very difficult phenomenon. Because
Very
when a task is very difficult, because individually monitoring of individual students condition, that
Mm.
is a means we need some software support.
Right.
Otherwise, analytical nature, some of the biasness can come, some of the cases, and
Because
bias.
Yeah,
And examination process also, we are not giving the different question to the different student, because
right,
if we have a random choice of questions and a random choice is coming to the going to the student, we are scared about the some of the students can't able to attend this question, some of the student can answer this type of question. So type of question is varying with the student quality, and 100 students are not able, exactly 100% student are not able to give the answer of every questions.
right,
So we are scared, with the teacher are biased about the student quality, as the student this question can tough for the students. So this can mental setup can come.
right. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are putting some questions which might be in favor of our students. Sometimes it happens. And sometimes if we are not at all bothered about student, whatever may happen to the student, I don't care. I give such a question that nobody can answer and everybody fails. So it could happen if there could not be any other further check in the downstream process as per our group rules. But if that rule is not there, I hope you understand what I'm saying. If that is not there, then there could not be any hindrance and everybody could set a very good question and ultimately people are failing. What is the result? So it looks like this, that the continuous evaluation process also actually comes with the continuous monitoring. If we cannot monitor whether my student is able to get a good question which I am supposed to give during the exam, then definitely that question I cannot also give. So I have to make him practice about that type of question, that level of questions. I know that all the students will not be able to answer. Some student will be able to just start it, some student will just look at it and avoid it, and some students will be really able to solve it to much extent or even make it right. So continuous evaluation is kind of continuous process within ourselves also. If we are really able to make them practice to that level, for example, the gate level. Gate is a very, very important for the core engineering branches. And ultimately, gate should be a benchmark in which our study, our questions should go. Isn't it? So basically, we need to develop a system in such a way that people starting from the beginning, where they are actually solving very simple level problems, very simple level queries to the advanced level queries. Whether we are really able to do that, that's a question. So do we think about the outcome while designing an evaluation? I hope there are some other sessions over this matter also, how to design an evaluation in a outcome orientation manner. There has been a lot of discussions over this in many, many places, but that is a point of interest for as a teacher, whether we really think about the outcome while designing an evaluation. If we don't think about the designing is something which is proper for evaluation, then definitely we are not doing the job. Because a question when we are putting for evaluation process, definitely it should have some disintegration between the level of judgment, the person who is remembering, the person who is analyzing, the person who is applying. So that differentiation will automatically come up only if our questions are of that types. If we set a question in such a way that all the higher order thinking problems can be avoided, and only very simple things can be answered and you can again pass, or even you get a good grade also with avoiding all those things, then definitely the question is not having the outcome based education. I hope you will agree with me on that also. Can we do justice to all evaluation process? That's another big question. I also told this during the continuous evaluation process, but really this is a matter of today's situation that all evaluation process, can we do justice? Whenever we are checking question papers, are we perfectly oriented on certain things, or we vary? Whether we can retain everything perfectly, or there is some variances coming up sometimes. Because we are human beings, there can be some variances, but still we have to give justice where the word, the ethics comes up. You see, the ethics is one of the important points of graduate attributes, which is important throughout all these points. Whether the priority of a teacher, ethics comes up. Priority of a student, again, ethics comes up. The justice to the evaluation process, again, ethics comes up. If we do the things ethically, we'll need more time to provide for a certain thing. And ultimately, this will be a job, really important job for us to do, which we have to do perfectly. If we do not do it perfectly, definitely there will be some lacunas coming up, right? So biasness, as you rightly said, biasness, we have to somehow avoid that biasness. So definitely that's why OBE is a need of the hour. And we all know OBE already, because a lot of discussions have been made. And you already know that graduate outcomes, graduate attributes are something which provides you the basics of an engineering skills. What are the basic engineering skills a graduate engineer should have? That is called graduate attributes. And that gives you the program outcomes. And program outcomes specifically written for a program are called program specific outcomes. Program outcomes are generic in nature, is applicable for all engineering streams, and program specific outcomes are specifically written or developed for the program itself. And based on these graduate attributes and the programs outcomes and program specific outcomes, learning objectives are basically understood, and according to that, curriculum is designed. Curriculum is designed according to that. After that, in the curriculum design, when we are designing a curriculum, we try to write the course outcomes, develop the course outcomes in such a way that the design curriculum or all the subjects really map back or really give some effect to the attainable program outcomes, to the objectives, to the outcomes which we really, for which we have designed the curriculum. So course outcome is the bridge between the curriculum and the syllabus with the graduate attributes. Whether the graduate will really achieve something or not, it all depends on course outcomes. That's why development of course outcome is really, really very important thing. Whenever we are writing course outcomes, basically we are bridging my objective by my outcome, objective or outcome, whatever you say, with what content we are delivering, right? So that's why course outcome is so important. Now, course syllabus design. Course syllabus design is definitely the point where after the curriculum design, the course out as per the course outcomes, your syllabus should be also accordingly framed. Now, my question to all the audience is, do we really follow this process, or we do sometimes reverse or sometimes in between, something like that? Or do we have the ability to do all the time?
Maximum cases are reverse order.
Maximum ক্ষেত্রে reverse হবে, right? So we do not get the opportunity all the time to design the syllabus. It is a point, because university provides us, though this is a good thing, that university also designs the curriculum on the some basics, the guidelines, and those guidelines are actually following this. So we should be in a some privileged condition that yes, the course syllabus or sometimes this curriculum design is actually coming from this perspective. If it could not be, then we could not follow it for such a long time and even got good human resources. So we should not be that much worried about it. But if it is autonomous college, then we need to, as we have the opportunity, if in an autonomous college we got the opportunity for curriculum and syllabus design, then we can really look over it and we can really work on it. But still, there are a lot of meetings where from non-autonomous college also provide the many inputs are provided, and that can be also giving some effects. A lot of discussions over there can happen. So this is the order it should be. I hope everybody is knowing the basics of outcome-based education, which follows the Bloom's taxonomy. Many times probably this picture has been shown to you, but I would like to just look at the left side. If you just look at this basic flowchart provided, where we always provide 8 hours per day normal classes, after which there should be a tutorial class, and after that there should be evaluation stage 1. Once the evaluation in the stage 1 is really authentic, it's properly done, and ultimately it is giving you results, then we can go to the remedial class. If it is something is really not done properly, then it can be going to the remedial class. Otherwise it goes to the evaluation stage 2, and then it will be go through the various student feedback method, by which you can get that okay, student has really understood things, and necessary corrections can be also done to reorient their classes. So outcome-based education, the teaching process is so important that whether the course outcomes are really observed within the students or not, that must be tested. So that testing process, although it appears sometimes it's very hard in every class, how do we do that? But there can be some simpler processes by which we can really do that. Simpler tools can be also used. Small quizzes can be also organized. Although it appears sometimes how for every class, how can I make a quiz? But if we just think that we have got 20, 25 or maybe 50 number of short questions, and at least we could put in every class at least 5 short questions or maybe 4 short questions, just to throw it to the audience, throw it to the students, and just see whether how the repercussions are coming up, whether they are really able to understand it, comprehend it. First of all, comprehend it itself. What is the question? I hope all of you will agree that understanding the question is the most important part to give the answer. Understanding the question is the first and foremost important part, which ultimately gives you the more than half of the answer. So according to that, this process, if we could really practice in the which is in the left side, and we could really take some necessary actions, corrective actions on the feedback of the student, then we could really develop our teaching process. Although it looks sometimes theoretical, okay, it is not possible. We generally conclude very fast. It's very fast to conclude, actually. Most of the times we conclude very fast. That is a very basics of teaching of teachers, that we conclude fast sometimes. But there are few who think over it, ponder over it, and they do really change. And once when somebody changes and we get some improvisation from him, then we also change. So that's the process. That's a continuous process. And we all of us know that normal classes, tutorial classes, these very basic things are testing the remembering process only. And many times we are only constrained to remembering. We sometimes do not get the students' understanding power. Probably during the Viva Voce in the last, there is Grand Viva. Everybody loves or enjoys the Grand Viva, I hope. Who doesn't enjoy Grand Viva? Anyone tell me? The Grand Viva, all teachers enjoy or not? It's a very simple question. Do you enjoy Grand Viva, or do you really hate Grand Viva?
No, sir, it's an interaction session, I think. Final interaction. It's not an examination. As my concept, sir, my thinking is an interaction, final interaction with the student.
Yeah.
After that, we are not going to give them any lesson. That is a final session. So I am enjoying the session.
Right. Basically, anybody else? I do not know how many of you are listening, but if anybody would like to share his experience, then it could be very nice.
Yes, sir. Myself, Rajoshi. Just like Sumanto sir said, it's the final interaction, and we really enjoy because they are the last time we are meeting. At the last time we are meeting for the final year students, and we can judge them that how much experience they have gained in the 4 year, and what will they face in upcoming days. We also share our views from our experience also.
Yes, right. Sir. We can provide some guidance, right? At the same time, we can provide some guidance.
They think, yes, sir. They think that we will hamper their number or like that, and they really fear about that. But nothing like that. We always try to understand, make them understand that don't feel like that. But because in that case, in future also you can face this type of situation also.
Exactly.
And you just gain experiences like what we have gained.
Yes, very nice sharing. Basically, we teachers are always made for knowledge sharing, but whenever we just start the whole process at the initial point, we start asking questions. You see, I hope everybody will agree that Viva is the most dangerous thing in our life. Everybody will agree with it, I hope. Do you agree or not? Yes or no, please write in the chat box. I don't know whether you'll agree or not. Viva is the most dangerous thing. Why we say that? Because Viva is the instant response that you have to give, right? And when you are giving instant response, you really need to be thorough about it. Sometimes we ask to the students that which subject you like to answer on. We'll give you a question on that. But ideally, it should be like at least 4 or 5 aspects of the engineering stream, and 5 questions should be asked to one student, or maybe 4 questions, ideally speaking, and to test at least what is his condition in the various subjects. But even if we know that, even if he acquires good knowledge on a certain subject or a certain category of subject, that also is very good, because he has already specialized on that part. And we could know, yes, this student has become good in a design aspect, this student has become good in manufacturing aspect, or this student has become good in thermal or fluid aspect. So that is a point. Basically, that is not no less than an interview. If the student has not faced an interview, then that is the first interview actually he is facing. And that is really a point where we can judge them, whether he is understanding, whether he is applying, his applying capability is there or not. Everything is judged at a very small time also at that time. But in the long process, in the 4 years that we have spent with them, that point was really something important. Somehow it was very, very necessary for us to really check all these points. We need to really check all these points. Is my screen properly visible at the bottom? I find some bar actually. I'd like to shift it. Okay. So whether they have really got an analysis power or not, whether they have really got the evaluation power or not, how many times we get the opportunity to check? Do we really give them opportunity for evaluating something big? If we give a project in a maybe second year level and give them 1 day time or 2 day time to solve it, how many times and how many occasions it happens? Is it happening as a regular basis, or it happens occasionally once in a semester or like that? I would like to take your inputs. Be very free and exactly, I mean, very frank with me that this happens in reality. So the opportunity, whether we are having or not, that is also something we need to dig out. Whether we can provide something that will analyze their power, that will analyze their power of analysis, that will evaluate their power of evaluation, that will test their power of creation. So the teacher has to provide the space to the student beyond looking at the syllabus completion and all that. I have seen there are colleges and there are schools in other universities where they provide enough time to develop certain content without going through all the contents in a storm. They really provide enough time to actually develop one content, 2 content, or maybe 5 contents out of 10. That is where somehow or other we provide good knowledge to them. We will provide really some specialization to them that actually you can excel on this part at least. And the teacher again has a big role in really providing the design contest, the quiz contest, the seminar conference, where people will be giving about his lecture on certain about. If you just push people to the seminar classes, what is your experience? Tell me. Seminar classes are nowadays, I hope it should be a regularized thing. It should not be something which is happening at the end of the semester. It should be a regular thing to happen every week, even if it is happening once in a month. What is your feedback about the student seminars? Any feedback? The student seminars are extremely important, especially the tech talks. If we provide the opportunity to the student to give certain lecture on a very, very basic thing also, that also provides you a lot of outcome oriented learning. In the course outcomes, as we have seen in a graduate attributes, a lot of different levels of learning are there. Seminar classes also provide good opportunity to a student who can showcase his knowledge in front of others. So it provides both the communication skills as well as his understanding, his briefing capability about some specific thing, whether it can be just a small topic. It can be just a fluid properties as an example. It can be anything, very small, very, very small topic, any one fluid property. or any one law, how he can narrate that, whether he is just remembering the whole line and he's just saying that, or he's able to say at least 2-3 words, 2-3 lines from himself. That is the point of interest that we need to take out, that we can really test in this evaluation session in seminars and conferences. The analysis power, laboratory and project assignments also. How many assignments we give in laboratories? In the laboratories, what exactly we are doing? That also is a very important part. Why? Because in the laboratory, what generally happens is that in a physical mode, I'm not saying about the online mode, it's very, very difficult to give lab sessions, but in a physical mode also, if you see the labs, most of the times people are there in the lab and they have got a very bad misconception that theory is not important and lab is the only important, which is a very bad fact. The fact is, if you only understand theory, the lab comes into business. Otherwise, it doesn't come. In the lab, there are different ways to learn also, but that is called a project-based learning or practical learning. That is a different way of learning. That's why labs are so important. But in the lab, again, we will see that very serious students who were there always, they're having good attendance in the class. They are coming ahead of the others and they are trying to do that. They're trying to get involved. What is your input in that? Am I right or not? Or it may be something different in your college also. It happens or not?
Sir,
yeah.
So lab is the application of the theory. Lab and theory is not different. If we neglect the laboratory classes, then we are neglecting the applied portion of the theory, I think. And project-based learning is somehow different with the laboratory. Is not same as the laboratory class.
No, I'm saying about not that. I'm saying about the student response in the laboratory, how they are appearing. I'm saying that most of the times the students who are good in academics, who are good in classes, who are always appearing in the classes, they try to come have a lead role, and ultimately they try to do the experiment. If the technical assistants are there, they are trying to give some inputs over there, and sometimes they get accustomed with the whole thing or try to do themselves. What happens to the rest? Do everybody get involvement? Those students who are not always regular in their classes, do they come up all the time? That is my question.
Sir, as usual, they are not. They are inactive in the laboratory classes, and they are not concentrating on the classes. Repetitively, every teacher is telling them to be active and attached with this instrumentation app. They are not coming in front of the instruments. They are scared about the instrument. Basically,
Right.
they are not continue. They are not maintaining the continuity.
Exactly. That is the point I would like to emphasize. Why theory is so important? Because a person who is not knowing theory will also fear the lab. That's why that judgment of people that lab is ahead of theory, that must change. Because if and unless you know the theory, you will always fear a lab setup. You will not try to get involved because you don't know the theory now. Even if people are saying at that time in a brief, if the teacher is also briefing the same theory again, but still you not get connected. Why? Because you have the gaps now. In the classes, you have gaps. You are not continuous, as you just rightly said. If you have a gap in the theoretical class, in the lab also you will lack. There might be very few students sometimes who are very good in hands-on, but that is a very exceptional situations. But the rest of the time, most of the places, you will find they are not moving. They're not coming to the business. So it means that very, very important is to provide the space to everybody. But again, it's a priority of the teacher and priority of the student to take them to the setup, to tell them to do this, to make them involved rather than sitting over a chair far from them or instructing them, do this, do that, like that. But it's our responsibility to take everybody to the setup, make them and build the confidence within them. And again, they might return to the class to know it more about it. It is possible sometimes if we really provide that support. So this is a point where, again, teachers have a huge role. Taking labs is not like a kind of privilege to get a good amount of time. Many consider it like that, but it should be taken in a different way. How much involvement I can make the students, and then it will become a more bigger job than a class, than a theoretical class. And that could be the actual laboratory and project assessment. Project is a far ahead thing. Laboratory assessment is first. Whether the laboratories are properly assessed, everybody is writing their own on the lab itself, it could be tested. But that time we have to give. So I'm moving on to the more important things. I don't know why it's getting stuck. Yeah. So I'll be just going very fast. Program educational objectives are those things which are long term, that you already know, that is to teach students in such a way that they can apply relevant skills in basic science, engineering, design, modeling, manufacturing. It's like a long term objective. Everything they are going to do to solve the real life problems in industries. Or maybe the PO2, which is looking like this, to encourage the incumbents for entrepreneurship, higher studies, such that they can impart useful contribution in the field of education, research, and modern technology. Big objectives. These are long-term things, which is called program educational objectives, and to train the students in such a manner that they effectively participate in multicultural and multidisciplinary projects, maintaining industrial ethics for the sustainable development of society. It's like if you're saying in 3 lines everything almost. It's a big lines which are probably you can see them within 5 to 10 years after the course is completed. So, but basically how we design the curriculum, I already said, this was R18 curriculum, where these different basic science, the humanities and social science, engineering science, professional code, and then professional electives, the professional elective subjects, everything were taking part, the open elective subjects, which is interdisciplinary knowledge, which is providing, and all these things was important. And they were taken care, like project work and seminar, which is extremely important. That make the total credit in that way. So everything constitute those attributes which are importantly called as the program outcomes or the graduate attributes. So this curriculum design, all these percentages are actually providing you the various ways to analyze, various ways to provide the graduate attributes to the graduates. So the engineering knowledge, everybody knows about these POs, and so important POs are there, because ultimately a core engineering or non-core engineering, whatever it be, these things ultimately provide you the scope of a pure engineer building. The building of a pure engineer actually needs all these attributes to be done. And we really lack a lot of things within students. Just for example, engineering knowledge is a very basic word. It needs a knowledge of all the subjects like that on average knowledge. Now, many times in an interview, we find the questions that student doesn't have knowledge, the basic knowledge they don't have. But engineering knowledge, the first PO, is the first line that says that the student must have a basic knowledge. But you see, in many interviews, you'll find out the interviewer is saying, the employer survey, if you do, you'll find out that they do not have the basic knowledge. Sometimes they say that. Problem analysis is second level, like if they can really analyze problems. That for that reason, we really need to make them accompanied with a lot of problems all the time. Facing a problem is also an important issue. It's not like just giving certain problems from my own favorable area and making them practice that only, and I'm giving question from that only. So it's really not testing their knowledge. So the analysis power will be only developed if we give them an unknown problem, look at the problem itself, nothing is there, what is your repercussion? We can really test that in our classes also. Because although we have 36 lectures to deliver, but we generally get 50-60 classes. And within 60 classes, if you just look at 55-56 classes, as per my experience, I see that 55-6 classes I get. So in that point, you can see that really we can try to test that whether the students can face a problem first or not. And what is his repercussion coming up? It's not like I'm giving a problem and giving a solution first. No, I have to ask them whether what they are doing. Actually, I have to see that, not giving it in front of, I mean, out of your eyes, but in front of your eyes, what they're doing. That is very important. Design and development of solutions, definitely it comes with the problem analysis, investigation of complex problems. Again, in the same issue, the problem, if they become complex, then what is their repercussion? Even if they are able to do some simple problems, whether they can really attain a complex problem also, how many of them can do that? That must be understood. Modern tool usage. The modern tool usage actually talks about the modern generation. The new generation subjects which are there, which lot of coding based subjects, lot of programming based subjects, and automation, that is automation, the mechatronics, all these new generation subjects, which are although being taught for mechanical engineers specifically for last 50-60 years. Robotics was something which was invented, which was started from in the manufacturing sector in 70s, where from the industry 4.0 really started, and we are now evolving. We are understanding the industry 4.0 still today, but it started long back. And we need to make our students accustomed with the modern tool usage, with the coding, with the analysis like computational fluid dynamic analysis, or maybe using C++ programming, how we really analyze certain flow of a fluid within a system, or maybe the flow of the blood within our vein that can also be programmed by a non-Newtonian fluid. Everything can be programmed. The drug targeting is a big study, right? Within our veins, it is nano channel, basically within the nano channel, how the things are moving, and ultimately how we can analyze that, how we can see that some particle within that, how it will come to certain cell for a cancer treatment. Maybe that analysis can be done from fluid mechanics. So the automatically all these things what we are doing for engineers, for the society, sorry, for the society only. So the engineers are for the society, that I have been saying for a long time. The engineers are for the society, and ultimately we are living in the environment. So if the engineers don't think about the environment, we will not be sustainable, because now the question of sustainability is the more important question than anything else, whether the human civilization will exist or not. So with the engineers and the human resources that we are producing and providing to the society, they will ultimately guide everything, because they will be designing the engines, they will be designing the new generation engines, hybrid engines, and the other things which will be beneficial for us. They will be designing services, various type of services to the society for their ease of operations. Hundreds, lakhs of IT services are there to make our life easier, right? So everything, again, we are doing for the society. So, and the sustainability in everything is there. The efficiency of every coding is important. The efficiency of every machine is important. In similar way, efficiency of the code is also important, whether it is foolproof or not. So it is not having a barrier of any specific engineering. It is actually applicable to all engineering courses, this sustainability word. Ethics, definitely I talked a lot about ethics, so I'll skip right now. Without ethics, engineer is not an engineer at all. Teamwork, right? We know that nowadays it is a matter of project-based learning. As much as project we can give them, and that much of output we can really get from that much of understanding of engineering will come up. So definitely teamwork. Without the teamwork, we cannot think about a proper output, because a team can really do excel in certain things. We always know that in a team, there is always a leader, definitely, and there are few people who are following that, or there can be two leaders sometimes, and it's having a clash and problem. But still, without a team, you cannot really do something at your own. So that knowledge, that understanding must be also imparted to the students. Without team, you cannot really excel. So team is having its own capacity of doing miracles. The communication, I hope everybody will agree with me that without communication nowadays, you cannot excel at all. How much of communication power that we see in our students? Any idea? Any inputs from GKCM? Whether the students are really communicating, I mean, they are good in communication. Not only I'm saying about the communication English, I mean, this language, but also just as a communication, how much they talk. Any feedback? Whether they really participate in such issues, they come up to present something. So that is about the communication part. The project management and finance is the last few things of importance. Project management definitely gives them idea about the managing projects. What are the finance criteria, how to look for a certain object, how to purchase that. This is a really different knowledge that is never possible by classroom learning. Without a project, a student doesn't get matured. So that maturity, which is necessary for industry, that must be provided, that must be inhibited, that must be provided inside that student within these 4 years. So that's how finally we call it lifelong learning, which ultimately gives us an idea that learning never ends. We will learn every day, every time, every second. And learning should be a practice. Learning should be attitude. So to develop the attitude of learning, we provide this word, we give this thing lifelong learning. And that ultimately supports all the Bloom taxonomy. So I have given some sample of program specific outcomes. For example, here, there's like graduates will be able to apply mathematical and modern computational tools for design, analysis, and fabrication of components used in the field of mechanical engineering. As we know that program specific outcomes are something which should be written. It's not a generic thing which is already given like POs. So it should be written in such a way that it highlights some aspects of the program, and achievement or attainment of the program is somehow indicated inside that. So that must be given in the program specific outcome. Whenever you're writing, you can write the language in a different way, like graduates will be able to do, students will be able to. And ultimately, we'll start with some action verb like develop critical skills to analyze the cause and effect of complex mechanical processes related to advanced engines, machines, and thermofluid systems. So this is some domain where you are specifying. Ultimately, you have to get some more skills over that. That is a PSO2. And PSO3, the program specific outcome 3, can be written like this: graduate will gain team spirit for working in a variety of industries like manufacturing, aviation, automobile, power sectors, many. Even if you are not specifying the sectors, you can just make it generic, like writing for various industries. But as it's program specific, it is good to provide some aspects of your own stream, of your own program, such that it looks like a program specific outcome. It becomes easier. So I come to the development of course outcomes now, and that is basically the course outcome that it's developed on these very specific things. It should be very, very specific. It should not be generic line all the time. It should be specific. That is the first thing. As it's clearly written, that the course learning outcomes or course outcomes basically are specific and measurable statements. The measurable statements that define the knowledge, skill, and attitude which learners will demonstrate by the completion of a course. So it should be specific. It should be measurable. So if line, when you are writing as a development, when you are developing the course outcomes, if your sentence is not specific, it's a very generic sentence, then you will not be able to map properly. You will not be able to map it with the POs. You will not be able to map with the COs. I mean the questions which we are going to set. It should be very, very specific, and it should also have some measuring quantity. It should have some measuring attitude. The line will try to give a certain job to the student. It should be like that. It should be written in that way. And it should also reflect some skills. Whatever you are measuring, it should be based on some skill set. So every line of a course outcome must also provide some scope of skill, which learners will be demonstrating. And the learners outcome are written with a verb phrase, which is generally called action verb, which is the most important thing. And they declare a demonstrable action within the given time frame, and such as by the end of the course. So if it's not time bound, then also it is not properly written. Although we provide a simple sentence that after learning the course, after successful completion of the course, the learners will be able to. This is a common line which generally we provide. And after that, we start with some action verb. So the knowledge is there, and the skill is there. It is a measurable thing is there. The measurable skills are there, and also it is very, very specific. That are the few very important attributes while you are writing the course outcomes. Now, when you are writing the course outcome, basically we have to see this flow. We have to see first of all the outcome of the lesson. Then it should go to the outcome of the unit, because we know that there are specific units in a syllabus within which there are certain lessons divided into many lessons. So every lesson's output of the lesson or outcome of the lesson should reflect to the outcome of the unit, and that should be the outcome that will constitute the outcome of the course. And so many courses, that's why provided in proper curriculum design, ultimately give you the outcome of the program, which again is somehow or other should be mapped properly with the outcome of the institution, which is reflected in the vision and mission of the institute. So it is always delivering forward, it is going to the forward, but whenever you are designing, you have to start thinking from the top. You have to always keep in mind about the college vision and mission, and accordingly, you have to map the program outcomes and the course outcomes. Your course outcomes always should have good linkage with the learning outcomes of the units that is completely known to you, the subject teacher, and ultimately what is the college's intention to finally get the human resource. So you have to always design backward while you are writing the course outcomes. These are the very few action verbs I've listed. It's available in internet also. And you can see that these action verbs always must be provided such that you can write the sentences in your own way. For example, in a very basic level, if you just start with the recalling or remembering, basically you can provide describe, name, find, list, and all these words. In examining, if you try to examine, then like kind of understanding, if you want to apply the understanding, then explain, compare, discuss. These words generally we can use. In application, we can use examine, again, illustrate, classify, solve. Solve is most of the time we use solve, the word solve. in the application purpose. And analysis purpose, again, we can identify, categorize, investigate, compare. Comparison is something which provides a lot of analytical questions. Examining, explaining sometimes is also there in a understanding part, also in analysis part. Sometimes if the higher order understanding, it gives an analysis. And evaluation, like prioritizing, like commenting, like inspecting, justifying, which is very less found in our normal questions. But we should try to involve some this type of questions, have evaluation type of questions. This level, this fifth level of in the Bloom's taxonomy, we should try to provide something in our question. Our question should not be directly always what, why, and all these things, but how. And this how can be also categorized into various type of evaluation. We can try to make these assessments in little different language. If we say the same question can be really molded. The creation level, of course, the creation level questions we do not provide many times, but there are some courses where we can really provide, like we can provide a design this with these conditions. So design subject or design based subjects are those where we can really make them an opportunity to at least half create, at least theoretically design that. First of all, that part. What is design? Most of the time the word design is not properly implemented, not properly understood. What is design? Anybody? Anyone would like to give input about what is design? Is it drawing? What is it? Well, design is just like getting the idea.
A modification of your idea, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a modification of idea, or maybe the implementation of,
yes, sir.
Yes, implementation of idea or illustrating my idea, right? So whenever
Yes,
we talk about design, generally a picture comes into our mind. There is a picture of design, right? But actually design in core engineering or even in the other engineering subjects, it means to find out the basic structure. For example, in a machine design, the design means finding dimensions. And once you find the dimensions by having all the basic knowledges, by basic rules, by validating all the rules, you get finally the dimensions. That is the design. That you can very easily analyze, and that you can very easily incorporate in your question. And ultimately the next part is modeling. In the modeling part, you need to, the engineer, whatever dimensions he has calculated from various laws, involving various laws or standards that he's expressing, right? So that expression is coming after that. So that is the creation that we can always try to test that in the design based subject. So in every point there is design. For example, in a fluid mechanics, in fluid machinery or turbo machinery, you can always make a design based question on turbine, or make a design based question on the pump. You make a design based question on in an engine, in a 4-stroke engine, in a hybrid engine also. You can provide a design based question. Just like machine design, you can provide design in everything. Even in a solar system, you can provide a design based question. How much will be the length of the solar panel, or how many coils it will be needed, which will again need the analysis of heat transfer and so many other subjects. So this is an attitude that we need to develop, provide the questions which can also test all these parameters, such that we can also we can also write in these things. This is just a few examples how we write. We use these key verbs or action verbs, and how we can write down the learning objectives or learning outcomes in this way. Like by the end of this lesson, the student will be able to differentiate between potential and kinetic energy. For example, it is analysis. Then by the end of this lesson, the student will be able to determine whether conservation of energy or conservation of momentum would be more appropriate. It's like a kind of evaluation based question. Then if it's a very simple question, if you just look at the understanding level, this is from the bottom, you would like to see. By the end of this lesson, the student will be able to describe Newton's 3 laws. Basically, it's a kind of understanding based writing, or in the remembering level, it's very simple questions we ask. So basically on this practice, we have to develop the action verbs, and ultimately we have to really provide a course outcome. So this is just an example of the course outcome that has been showing. The course outcome, as you see, that generally it is the course content I am provided for workshop and manufacturing practices lab, which is why I have chosen this, is because this is applicable to all streams. And you can see that this is the current syllabus, and according to the syllabus, as well as the whenever we are thinking, as I have already said, many times we have a back process. We have got the syllabus, but we have to write down the COs properly. According to that, So when we are writing CO, you see that first CO is coming with the first or initial levels. It's not like the first level, but I'm saying the initial levels, like the remembering and understanding is coming into the first. The like identify an operation and operate various hand tools related to variety of manufacturing processes. After going through so many manufacturing processes in the workshop, basically he should at least identify first and try to operate that various hand tools, and it will be the first level of judging. Now, whenever we are writing this, we have to keep always in the back of mind the program outcomes. If you do not keep this program outcomes, the graduate attributes in mind, these COs will not be able to be properly mapped with the POs. The proper mapping always needs the, whenever you are writing CO itself, it should be always in the back of the mind. Then you see that safely fabricate the simple components with their own hands. It is like applying. When you are applying things, when you are applying your concept or whatever knowledge in the workshop, basically it will apply like you are at least safely fabricating something where it might include the teamwork, it might include your understanding of modern tools or simpler tools also, and sometimes your analysis of certain problem that you're facing. Now, the evaluation of the dimensional accuracies and tolerances is the CO3, the third level, where you really need to judge properly. You need to be an expert sometimes to analyze what is the accuracy level, how even if certain people are able to operate with some machines, but there are few who will actually reach this level of evaluation. What is my dimensional accuracy, how much I am close to the dimension, and accordingly whether I can really orient my manufacturing process or not. Then finally, the CO4 produce small devices. Now, if you're coming to devices, if you can produce for their project job or for research purpose, that is the last level that you can anticipate, which is the level of evaluation. After evaluation, this level of creation. So this is a basic way of following. Many a times you will not be able to get this level 4. At least you could go up to level 3. Whenever you are writing at least 4 to 6 COs, everybody knows probably 4 to 6 COs are generally recommended. And for every course, if you are writing these 4 COs, at least then you try to have the Bloom's taxonomy in mind. You have to think about these POs also in the back of the mind, and also you see your syllabus, what exactly you are providing, and according to that you are writing such that everything is in proper harmony. That's why course outcome writing is so important. If the course outcomes are not properly written, everything will be affected. COPO mapping will be affected. You will not be able to map it properly. You will not be able to understand it properly. Everything will be affected. Then the attainment process will be unaffected. So I quickly go to the this articulation matrix. The course articulation matrix is commonly known as COPO mapping, which is just like this. We have thoughtfully attained this the course outcomes in such a way that we can really map that. For example, this PO1, which is talking about the engineering knowledge, again CO1, 2, 2. And if you just look at every sentence, then you can find out in which case, for example, identifying a machine tool really needs mathematical knowledge or not, or physical knowledge or much of the physical knowledge or not, whether a fabrication really needs certain knowledge or not. The CO2 and CO3, if you are giving a dimensional accuracy, then you will surely need some mathematics behind that, or some more physics behind that. Producing small devices will really get some more knowledge on that. So do not just take the PO1 in a very basic way, but rather concentrate on the subject, concentrate on the line of PO1, and again look at the course outcomes that you have written. And again, you need to think about it, whether your CO1 is properly done or not. It's a continuous process. While you are mapping, then you can also correct your CO, whether it is properly written or not, according to the POs. So in that way, if you just look at the PO6 and 7, which talks about the environment, and the PO7 is environment and sustainability, and PO6 engineering and society. So if you just look at these various levels, which one is more good for engineering and society? You see CO4 is talking about the research or the project, which is ultimately producing something in real, which is more relevant to the society. So it has been provided with maximum, these weightage. So these are all weightage. 3 to 1 you already know. 1 means slight or low, 2 means moderate or medium, 3 means substantial or high. So 3 to 1, this 1, 2, 3, these things are slow, moderate, and substantial, low, medium, and high. So how much one weightage could be provided, that must be very, very thoughtfully done. It should not be a practice of giving to someone who knows COPO. Many times we say that, okay, that particular teacher is understanding COPO well, and so we give him the COPO duty. Does it happen or not? It happens or not? যে আমার ডিপার্টমেন্টে একটি মানুষ বা দুটি মানুষ খুব ভালো সিওপিও বোঝে, তো I give them to them. It happens or not? Give me any feedback. Well, it happens in most of the times I have seen, but this is a thing which is perfectly judged by the teacher himself. If the teacher is not judging it, it will not be perfect. And the teacher also have to be very, very responsible while getting all these points. Am I audible? I don't get any response from many of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, I am understandable. That is another question.
Understandable, but basically, sir, lots of things at a time we are gathering. That's why we just try to cope up with.
Yeah, that's the problem, because we are involved in so many things that it's very, very difficult for us to concentrate over one.
But it's interesting, sir, and it's quite understandable, sir. That's not a problem for us, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Basically, whenever we are writing COPOs, COs, whenever writing, we must also look at the COPO level, whether it's really attaining or not. There can be some portions which are not attained. I have not given this PSO1 and PSO2. I thought that it could be a hands-on here, but we have very less time. But you can really practice and find out whether this CO1 having how much of weightage on the PSO1, which is based on the modern tools and all. If we have a modern tools based writing in the PSO1, then which one will have the maximum weightage? The CO1, CO2, or CO3, or CO4? So it again, we have to decide things whether it is having modern tools or not, whether it will be less or high. So it should be very carefully written and very carefully also seen, because otherwise many of them, like 5 and 9, it could not be touched. Like 8, the ethics, which came into some of them, it is not appearing in the others. Most of the time it has got an effect on the COPO mapping results. For example, if you have a averaging of these things, the averaging rule is basically, if you have in a PO8, the average will not be 1 plus 1 plus 0 plus 0 by 4. It will be 1 plus 1 by 2. I mean, it is 1 only. So this PO8 average will be 1. So this average will be also very important. Basically, these are the maximum attainments you are setting for this PO1, PO2, PO3, PO5, like that. So the maximum attainments will be the average that you set. So it all provides you the idea how much I can maximum attend with this course, this PO. So if there is an average of 2.5 here in this PO1, then it says that this course of applied thermodynamics can give me 2.5%, 2.5 weightage for PO1, maybe 2 weightage in PO2. So like that, maybe 60% weightage in PO2, 70% weightage. With respect to 3, you can judge all the time. That will give you the idea of CO1, 2, 3, 4. So basically, technical seminar, for example, if you just look at 9 and 10 is getting more approach, and the others you have to thoughtfully decide whether they are giving it knowledge. For example, whenever they are saying about the technical seminar, they are showing their knowledge of the basic knowledge of engineering knowledge that we generally talk about. So engineering knowledge is explained, is shown in these technical seminar, and also the communication power is coming as PO10 is communication. So communication is the maximum point that you are getting. Even in every class, every normal subjects, you communicate with the students. So there can be at least a minimum amount of COPO mapping in the communication line, maybe at least 1 or 2 you can provide. It's all depends on the subject teacher, how he or she will be defining. In the continuous learning, that is PO12, you can always provide because continuous learning in every sphere most of the time happens. So in the continuous learning or lifelong learning, you can provide PO12. Most of the time you can provide good amount of weightages. So accordingly, all these courses are done. All the courses are like this. It's given the mapping with all these POs, like PO1 to 12, as well as with PSOs 1 to 2, 3, and accordingly all courses provides like this. It should be always remembered that 2 to 3 course must address 1 PO. It should not be like 1 PO, PO7. I could not get any course in my entire curriculum that could touch PO7. PO7 is environment and sustainability. If you look at it carefully, you will see there are subjects which are looking like for there are the subjects on environment. There are, even in the thermodynamics, you are providing certain courses, certain subtopics which is related with the environment. So for every subject, you need to find out where exactly environmental sustainability is coming up. So at least 2 to 3 courses must address one PO. Otherwise, that PO, that graduate attribute will not be developed. So this is curriculum design. Again, it comes into this picture. For proper curriculum design will give you. And accordingly, you will have the program articulation matrix. Please remember, course articulation matrix is COPO mapping. And all the COPO mappings, if you write down one by one together, it becomes program articulation matrix. For the whole program, all these course names are one by one written, and all these COPO mappings are on the right side. And this PO, COPO, this whatever you are seeing in the right side here in this picture is the average of all the COs. The averages are here written. For one PO, how much of contribution is coming from manufacturing process, for like that. So all graduate attributes must be like this. In the Bloom's taxonomy level, you divide them. For every PO you provide, for all courses, it becomes this program articulation matrix, as I said, course 1, course 2, course 3, from first semester to the last semester, everything. It's a whole process. The assessment process probably has been already discussed with you. So I just have a very quick review in the last 5 minutes. That is direct assessment and indirect assessment. You already know direct assessment comes from internal examination and continuous assessments, the semester end examinations, and the practical examination, whatever you call it. And indirect methods are basically surveys, course end surveys, employer survey, exit student survey. There is a graduate survey, we sometimes call it. At the end of the all courses, we provide a graduate survey at 8th semester, and the alumni survey. It all gives you an idea. The assessment tools, basically, already I said, and these are the ways to do, and the frequency. The threshold, the rubrics must be properly designed for overall assessment of a course. Like, for example, you can set attainment in this way, like probably 60% score is something which is my benchmark. And for example, you can also set it higher. It all depends on your students' performance, how you are going to judge what is your minimum benchmark. So that threshold value should be first of all seen by complete viewing of your results, how much the students are attaining. If the students are attaining on average 70%, then you start the benchmark with 70%. And let's look at that in 75 and 80%, how many students are reaching that score there, how many students are reaching. So this rubrics is very, very important. Many times people ask about what is rubrics. Rubrics is just a setting of your outcome attainment level, the benchmarking basically, for where you decide that if my 70% of students are getting more than 60%, then I will say that my course has reached level 3 attainment. If 60% of students have reached 60% and above marks, then I have reached by that course level 2. And if 50% students have scored 60% above, then target level 1 is achieved. If less than that, like 40% students have reached 60%, then that thing is not attained. So these are the 3 Ys, basically 3 Ys of attaining. And this is a whole section of the calculation of CO steps, which can be provided to you. Accordingly, we provide, basically what I explained is given 1, 2, 3 or no. And the questions properly designed with the CO properly should be mapped. Everything, I think it's a regular practice nowadays. So it should be always there. All the internal assessments 1 and 2, for every CO, it should be properly written. How much of marks, maximum marks I have given, how much of question, what are the question numbers where the marks are allotted, and ultimately you can always get how much of how the question and PO, CO is mapped properly. There is a next section over that only. And COPO again, mapping will be there. Mapping will be coming up with the final average line. As you see, the last line, the average PO is very, very important, which is ultimately giving you that one line of every course. So step 3 and step 4, I will just provide you all the steps with a small example. Like here you can see that basically we have taken a lot of students, and those students' marks we have taken in how much of marks they have attained and how much of marks they have attempted and how much they have got. So this red marks are the maximum marks they have attempted and how much they have achieved. That you can see in the last green line, like 14 they have achieved, and within 25 they have attempted, so their score is 56%. So this is a kind of qualitative judgment. You can also set this total marks with as a whole total of 50. Within 50 they have got 14. They're also there in that way also you can make this total marks in this way, such that the score will be, in that case score will be less, but you know this is a qualitative judgment. In 25 how much he has got, that is around 56%. In that way also you can do. So you have to just write down for how many yes you got, and you got how many scores. Like in the bottom level, you can see that how many percentage of students really got more than 60%, and that was 86.09. So as per the previous setting, that more than 70%, if students are getting more than 60% marks, then it is level 3. So some ways, in some courses you will get level 3, some courses you will get level 2, some courses you will get level 1 in various levels. So accordingly, you have to do this table, take this table while you get these average POs. Here, the every CO is already mapped with the PO, and definitely you have to find out these averages, and these averages may be very meticulous about this. These averages should be there. Sometimes there is a practice of making these averages as a common term, like 2.7 can be thought as 3, 1.5 can be taken as maybe 1 or 2. That is another practice, that is another way of doing it, but you can skip still that. And whatever levels CO attainments you have reached in the previous lines by calculation of the students, that you can put up here in the left side, and you can put these weightages and ultimately put here. So this is basically CO into PO is coming up in these sections, while ultimately you are giving the average of CO-PO attainment, you are actually multiplying. And for example, I'm just explaining one. This 3 PO1, you can see the first column, first row, and 602.1. So 602.1 is providing 3 out of 3 because it is having a weightage of 3. So if you have having a different weightage, for example, 2 in 602.4, and you see 1 is your attainment from your students' perspective, students' analysis of results, you get 1 of 602.4. So 1 is having a weightage for PO1 with 2. So 2 out of 3 is 0.67 out of 1. So that percentage is actually applied, because this is 3 out of 3, this is 3 out of 3, this is 3 out of 3, this is 2 out of 3. So accordingly, this 3 is becoming 3, this left 3 is becoming 3, again 2 is becoming 2, and 1 is becoming 0.67. And ultimately their average is the final PO average of for this course as 2.17, 1.25, like this. All the POs, whatever is mapped with this course, you are getting this whole thing. For even for the PSO, same thing you can do. So accordingly, you can write down these things for the whole process. Like this is another big example of one of our courses where you get average of 2.86 for CO1. This should be the table of one CO. Accordingly, every CO table must be meticulously calculated from the attainment of all the students, how much of the students have got it. So that's, you see the 2.86 at the last, at the bottom, 2.86 is the average coming up from CO1. That 2.86 is the attainment of this course, and this 2.86 ultimately is applied. And whenever we apply for the semester end examination and this continuous assignment, and we apply this formula for overall CO attainment, for example, we have a setting of formula like 30% of CIE we will get, and 70% of semester examination will get. So if we apply them, then finally we will be getting this as a whole total CO attainment is only 1.46. So out of 3, actually you got 1.46 after thinking of the direct assessment through continuous examination, I mean the internal exams as well as the semester examination. Finally you are getting 1.46 only. So for every course you should have this this attainment table, where semester end examinations, you see finally most of the times is very less, is showing the students semester examination they are not getting that much. It is a kind of common fact, sometimes it appears to us, and we see the overall attainment is coming here, but your set attainment probably little bit high. Your set attainment is probably 2.5, and you are ultimately attaining nearly 2. So that is for one course. Like this, you can do it for all these courses, and ultimately you get the attainment of finally for the batch for all these courses, whatever total PO is coming up, that PO average at this last level, as you see that finally one PO from all these courses you are getting. From one course you will get one table like this. Lot of tables for all courses you have to get this table, and ultimately this is your final graph of for a particular batch, that my set level is this and my attainment level is that. Probably my set level is blue and my attainment is red. So in that way you have to express. Sometimes you can attain little bit more in some subjects from the set level also, but most of the time set level is little higher. So accordingly you can calculate. And that was all about direct assessment. And in the indirect assessment, you have to come on surveys. If you go for the survey like this, for every course, you can provide a graduate survey, course and survey like that. And ultimately, you can get the PO. For every PO, you have to set questions, and accordingly, you get results from that to get the PO average from that also. This is the final table, which is giving you the total PO attainment, where you have set a rule of 0.8 from your direct assessment, 80% from the direct assessment, and 20% from the indirect assessment, that is survey. So you have the final table of PO assessment like this. This is final results. So you see that if you just look at the final result, you see, you can understand how much you have really got and where you have to correct, whether you have written the course outcomes properly or not. That ultimately comes here. Also, your students level, their result is reflected over that. So to improve this, you have to again start with the new type of teaching learning, new improvements in your course, new improvements in your learning process, such that it becomes better in 3. This is out of 3 last. Okay, so that was it about a very small about this at assessment processes, and also the how the outcomes are should be developed. That's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's really very important points you already mentioned over here. Thank you very much again. Definitely the PO attainment and the COPO mapping development, and each and every moment that definitely that will be very much helpful for all of us, for giving
you.
your valuable time also. So that's all for that one. Also, we are very much thankful from on behalf of the our college GKCM and all from all behalf of the all participant. And finally, from our college, sir, this token of appreciations we are just giving. Please accept this one.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this beautiful.
And sir, one request for to you, sir, if possible, can you share your PPT, sir? So that will be
Sure, I will be sharing that. That will be helpful, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. To the participant, there is an announcement for the, this is the tea break, and from 11:45 we will start with the Partha Roy, sir. And the sir is already in, I think. Just we take the tea break, and the sirs.
Okay, okay, I'm here.
Okay, sir. So should I start, or sir, we can take it 10 minutes?
As you wish, as the participant, if you want to give the break, it's fine. Within
Yes,
5
sir.
to.
So it's very much helpful if you give us the 10 minutes, sir.
Yes, yes, obvious.
Thank you, sir. So we'll start from 11:45, right?
Okay, okay, no issue.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. Am I audible to everybody? Hello. Partha sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Audible.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let's we are again start to the next session, to the second session, session 2. Partha sir with already with us. So, before starting, I'm just introduce sir to all of us. Sir is Partha Roy, and he is the assistant professor of the Department of Electrical Engineering, JS College of Engineering, Kolani. And sir will give us the lecture on the topics of the framework for setting the standardized question paper. So I'm not wasting too much time. I hardly welcome and invite sir to present. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the for giving the opportunity to present over here this FDP. So hopefully it will be helpful for your future also, who are all present in this FDP program.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
So should I start?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible? I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Oh. Yes. So myself, Partha Rai. Actually, I am from Department of Electrical Engineering from JS College of Engineering. I am also the officer in charge in the examination cell since last 7 years. Today, my topic is for this FDP. I actually frame these things. The framework for setting the standardized question. So before to start, there is a basic difference in assessment and evaluation. So if I ask to the audience, can someone from you in the audience, can you differentiate these two terms, assessment and evaluation? There is a basic difference in assessment and evaluation. Have you any idea what is assessment? When we are called this is assessment and evaluation, because means normally sometimes we are actually puzzled with this, whether we should use the evaluation term or assessment term. Have you any idea what is assessment and evaluation? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Not such any idea, sir. Exactly.
Assessment means this is actually assess the students, even the teachers also, to give the feedback through which they can modify their whatever action plan you can see. And the evaluation is just it is a with a benchmark how much or how far they goes to this benchmark. This is the evaluation. So suppose here is there is a loss of student are there in your class normally, and we suppose we set a benchmark, and what we see, some of them have very far from this benchmark, and if you see the last person, he already crossed the benchmark. So that is actually called the evolution. Evolution means with some benchmark, means we'll give some gradation, we'll give some marks, we'll give some point like that. But what is the assessment? Assessment is the scope for the learner to improve the learning. Means with the feedback, we can analyze that, we can judge on that, and then we can set our new action plan. So this is called the assessment. But the evolution, what it is, the making the learning with some standard benchmark. Means this is our limit, so up to that we have to achieve. So this is called the evolution. If I compare the assessment and evolution, the assessment actually it is increase the quality. Means with the feedback we can set the new action plan, we can revise our action plan. But what is evolution at all? It will judge whether it is tall or short, whether it is qualified, the student is qualified or not, whether this is how much intelligent and this student. So this is called evolution. And what is assessment? Assessment is the quality. It is talking about the quality, how to increase the quality. Hello.
Yes, sir.
ফাটাফাটি বলে কিন্তু মানে টাইম ম্যানেজমেন্ট করতে পারে, একদমই পারে। প্রথমে ইন্টারঅ্যাক্টিভ সেশন করতে গিয়ে 8 ঘন্টা 45 মিনিট ওখানে হারিয়ে ফেলেছে।
Hello.
Requesting you please mute your mic. So this is the difference between assessment and evolution. Assessment is actually for the assessees for which we are actually doing this assessment. But in the other side, the evolution is for this, the you can say that for teacher, means they will decide whether this student is fail or not, whether that student is how much they will got the marks. So this is the evolution. I think it is understand to all of you what is the difference between assessment and evolution. Assessment is an ongoing process throughout the semester, throughout the course. It is you can conduct the assessment, but the evolution is the at the end of this course. You should it is a judgmental kind of things. So at the end of the course, you should evaluate. But in the other hand, the assessment is the continuous process. It can also provide the feedback through which you can assess the ability of the student And based on that, you can determine what will be your correction plan in where you are, there is a gap, there is a lacuna. So you can for the next cycle or for the next steps, you can modify according to that. Now coming to this outcome-based education. Actually, today's the seminar that FDP is on this topic, outcome-based education. Here, it is suggested, compared to evolution, it is better to use the term assessment, because outcome-based education means it is actually whatever the output or whatever the outcome coming from the any action, it may be through course, it may be through program. Based on that, we have there is a closed loop like things. Based on that, we take the feedback, and then again we prepare a revised action plan. Again, we are implement on that. Again, we are seeing what is the outcome. So better to for outcome-based education, OB education, it is better to use assessment term rather than it is evolution. So what is the difference between this OB and the traditional assessment? Before, you can say in 20th centuries, whatever our traditional assessment, that is actually it gives that, are you qualified, are you passed, are you crossed the benchmark? But now in OBE system, the question is reformed. It is all are qualified. There is a no benchmark like this. What is that? Before that, the student acquired the knowledge, so they can say, I know this phenomena, I know this course, I know this term, like this. But now OBE actually says, after the completion, they will say, I can do this, I can implement this, I can apply this. So that is the basic difference of OBE and traditional. Before that, this is actually there is that things or the ability is not tested. Here, the ability is different kind of ability. It can be proportional skill, it can be applying skill, it can be analysis skill. Different kind of ability that is actually judge or assess. Based on that, we will determine what would be the next action plan. So before that, there is are you qualified? Now this is all are qualified. Before, there is a student always use the term, I know that, but here I can do that, or I can implement that, I can apply that, like this. So that is the basic OB structure. And left hand side, there is a lots of outcome. First, there is a mission vision, institutional mission vision. Then there is a program objective, PO. There is a program learning objective, or sometimes it is called a program educational objective. Then there is a course outcome. So for this outcome, we will set the assessment. It starts from the course assessment, and from this course assessment, we can calculate the program assessment as well as institute assessment. What is the link between this assessment result and the outcome? There is a improvement. There is a possibility. With this assessment, we can analyze the assessment. We can set our next goal, how to improve the outcome. So this is whole a closed loop like this. Whatever the action is taking here, that is a closed loop like structure. Here is the again another view. The inner loop, this is the for the course outcome. The middle loop, this is for the program outcome, and the outer loop, this is the program objective, or you can say the mission vision also in another angle. After every outcome or after he or she, there is a assessment. Through this assessment, we'll assess the outcome. Then we'll doing the analysis part. Then there is a quality improvement, continuous quality improvement. So there is a direct and indirect both way is there to assess the course outcome. Direct outcome, direct assessment means through the theory course, practical course. Indirect assessment means through the survey among the alumni, among the teachers, among the all the stakeholder, the organizer, even the who gives the jobs, the employer, through which we can take the survey that is called indirect assessment, and based on that we will set a matrix, that is course CO versus PO matrix, so we can assess the program outcome also. That is the direct method from the CO-PO mapping. There is another indirect exit survey through which we can assess the program outcome, and based on this result, you can say there is a PO and PEO mapping through which we can assess the PO attainment. There is again another in every step there is a indirect way also how to assess these things. So this is all about how we assess normally in outcome based education. That is the scenario. From top there is a vision mission of this university, or you can say the college also. Based on that we'll set the PO, and based on this PO, you know all these things. I quickly cover the things. Based on this PO, we set the PO. Then based on this PO, we set the each course outcome. So the curriculum actually it is based on this whole program outcome. To achieve this program outcome, we set the curriculum. For the curriculum, there is a different courses are there. So this course have some definite syllabus, and that syllabus is have some framed outline or the course outline. We sometimes we are called this is the course outcome also. Based on this course outcome, we'll set our lesson plan through which we'll actually target or we'll plan how to doing this or how to achieve this course outcome. So the curriculum design is directly actually affect or there is an interrelation between the assessment also. There is a curriculum delivery also, means how you are giving the instruction to the student. So based on this curriculum design is how you design the curriculum. Based on this PO, you set which subject should be there in curriculum. So based on this all planning, your assessment will be so that you can judge whether you are rightly design the curriculum or not. That is the importance of the assessment in this OB based system. So whatever the result of this assessment, from there you taking the attainment value, you analyze that, and then you can again have a chance to modify your curriculum so that your outcome, whatever you have said, the program outcome, that can be achieved. So this is all about the assessment. I think up to that, is it fine? If you have a question, you can ask you, or I'll proceed for the next. Have you any question? What is the assessment at all in outcome-based education? We should use the term assessment, rather we should use the evaluation. Have you any question? Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So most of the next part, there is a 3 type of assessment are there. First one is called the diagnostic assessment. Diagnostic assessment means to start any course, you should know what is the label of the student or what is the label of the audience. Means what happened in the first class, what we are normally usually do the things, we'll ask some basic question or prerequisite question for this course. So that is called the diagnostic test or diagnostic assessment. Before the learning, before going to learning, we will doing this type of assessment to know what is the level of student. Actually, that is help us to set the goal or how far I should go. So these are normally the survey. There is a discussion. That is informal quiz. Just doing some quiz. There is a free writing. Some things like through which we can assess what is the level of the student. Next, that is called the formative assessment. Formative assessment means during the class, during the course, during the learning, if we want to assess something, suppose I complete the first lesson or the first module. After that, we'll want to judge what is the outcome or how far the student get my lecture. So for this, we doing some assessment. That is portfolio. It may be portfolio. It may be data form. It may be maybe the exit slip or activities. It may be some doing some observation, means will saying to do some activities, and through these activities we can observe what is the level of ability, how far they will achieve. So this is called the formative assessment. Means during the learning, if you assess, if you want to assess the things, this is called the formative assessment. Then there is a summative assessment. Summative assessment means after the course, after the end of this course, means when if you doing the means that is the semester end examination or the class test, you can say, or some viva, or after the completion of the project, if you doing some kind of demonstration or viva. So this is called the summative, means you are doing the ultimate assessment. So that is called the summative assessment, the assessment of the learning. So at the end of this course, this you can do this. So there is a three type: diagnostic, formative, and summative. So for this, there is a assessment cycle we call. Assessment cycle means first we'll doing the plan, then we'll do the things, means we'll implement this, we'll teach, we'll learn and the student. After that, we'll check, evaluate the student work, that is actually the assessment. Then based on this analysis result, we'll revise our or reinforce our action plan, and then we'll go for this next cycle. OBE actually suggest us, if we want to do this, or we want to or we have to complete this cycle again and again through the course, so that what happen, in that way you can get a more benefit from this OBE system. So all these are the continuous improvement type process. First we identify the goal, then for this goal we identify the objective, then specify the approach, then we measure the specify the measurement means through which we can assess it. We share or analysis the result, we make the changes for the goal, and then we'll go for the again for the next cycle. So this is called the whole assessment cycle through which we'll assess during the course. So to do this, Bloom's in 1956, they will he is actually proposed this type of activity or level of activity. Before this, in 1956, when he first proposed this, this was knowledge, comprehensive application, analysis, synthesis, and evolution. After that, that is revised what we know today in 2001. That is remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. This is the level of ability of the student we actually want to or the teach the student, give that so that the student can get this that type of ability. So the lower portion, normally it is suggested that the remember, understanding, and applying, these three level of ability, it can be assessed through the theoretical course or the practical course. Sometimes some theory course, higher level, means in 5th, 6th, 7th semester courses or 7th, 8th semester courses, some theoretical courses can be the analyzing ability can be achieved through this course. But normally the analyzing, evaluating, and creating, this three ability is assessed by the project work, by the group discussion, by group activity. Through this, we can these are called the higher level, higher order thinking skill or the professional skill. So to assess this, these are the common verb we are used to set the question paper. Now, when we are set the question paper to assess this ability, so we'll start the question with this. All of you knows this verb, I think. So how to prepare the course outline? What are the steps? First, we'll introduce the course. There is a course information. Here, the instructor profile is there. There is a learning outcome should be there. There is a COP or mapping should be there. Then we decided the topic selection, means which topic goes under to which course learning outcome. Then we decided the teaching learning strategies. Then we conduct the class schedule or lesson plan. During the course, we can assess the performance of the student. We'll also set the textbooks or the reference of the other resources, or we listed this at the end of this any syllabus. Next, coming to this final part, what is the today's topic? That is how to construct a standardized test or standardized question. The first step to set the question, it is called the content validity. Content validity means whenever you set the question, your question should be covered whole content of the syllabus. But practically, it is true that when we set a 3 hours duration examination question paper, or suppose for the class test, we cannot cover the whole content of the course. So what happened? For that, we'll set we'll make a table of specification. I will show you how to do that. Another important point is that to set the question paper is, in your question paper, the question should be set in such a way that it can be judged the different ability of the student. Means it can also judge the remembering level. It can also assess the applying level. It can also assess the understanding level. So all these ability assess questions should be there, and that is uniformly distributed. So this is the first step, how to, before to start the any question paper, we should remember these things. So suppose take a basic example, that is the course basic electrical engineering. So here is a 3 course outcome. First course outcome, it is to understand and analyze the basic electric and magnetic circuit. Then the course outcome, it is said that to study the working principle of electrical machine and power converter. Then we set another CO to introduce the component of low voltage electric installation. So for this CO, first of all, what to do? We have to set our goal. means set our goal means we actually assess the student in 2 steps. First in class test, or sometimes we are called the continuous evaluation, and there is a end semester examination. So here we construct in that way. Our end semester examination is the question paper is set for 70 marks question, and for continuous evaluation there is a 2 class test we normally conduct, class test 1 and class test 2. So I assume there is a class test is for 20 marks. So there is a 20 plus 20, 40 marks question it is asked normally, and the rest of this 10 is coming from this assignment, you can say, you can and the attendance. So here, based on this CO, I actually distribute how we can set the question. So suppose to assess the CO1, whether the student really achieve this ability or not, we set the marks 8 for remembering level. Means just to know whether they got this remembering level ability, we say we define or we set the marks for this end semester examination, that is for 8. Similarly, for class test, we set the marks for 4. In that way, we'll categorize all these question or all these marks, you can say, sorry, in 3 categories: remembering, understanding, and applying. Why? Because I say previously, these 3 are mainly used for assess the ability of the student through the theory course or practical course. All the higher orders ability that can be judged through the project work. So based on that, we'll first we have to decide our, or we have to distribute the marks or this a kind of table you have to prepare to plan or to prepare a good question paper. Next, what is a table of specification? Table of specification means here how much weightage or importance is to be given for different topic or for different ability level, that is actually well defined or well prepared before setting the question paper. So how it can be constructed? First, you have to list down the topics which to be tested and amount of the time to be spent for the teaching of each topic. That you can collect from the syllabus itself also. Then you have to allocate the marks for different ability for different topics. Time for that you can take the decision how you can distribute the marks. That is how much time is spent for this topic. Normally, that in that proportion you should set this distribution. You should also determine the level of ability what to you should want to assess through this test. So here is the example for this same course, basic electrical engineering. Here there is a total 6 unit. So that 6 unit are how much hours we should devote for this course. That is well defined. That is I collect from this syllabus itself, and according to that, now we have to set how marks or how the marks will be distributed for semester exam as well as your class test. And after that, you should prepare or you should start your question paper set. Here I should mention point. See the last topic, that is electrical insulation. That is normally this topic is given only to understand or remembering level. There is a no application level question. So that's why see here there is a 0-0, means we have no plan to ask the question to judge the ability through this unit. Or suppose this is there is a DC circuit. So we plan for this semester, we should ask the question for 10 marks at the semester end and 4 marks at the test class test level to assess the understanding level through this unit, this circuit unit. So here, how we can plan for the question paper setting, that is very, very needed to set a standard question paper. Sometimes what happen, without doing this, what happen, we normally start to writing the question paper, but that is a very wrong idea. You should first determine a that goal or that marks distribution that is easy for you to assess the student, to assess the different ability of the student. So for example, I'll give you some course outcome, how we can set the assessment question. Suppose the course outcome is, at the end of the course, student is able to understand, sorry, here understand is written 2 times, able to understand and explain different techniques to analyze the electrical circuit. So what is the goal? Goal is we want to test the ability of understanding, or you can say it is the in remembering level also. Now, how we can set the question? We should ask, state and explain the Thevenin's theorem. Means if the student able to answer perfectly, then we can say, yes, this student remember the theorem, understand the theorem at all. Suppose the same things, this is the for remembering level. For understanding level, if I want to set our goal, no, we will use this electric circuit course for understanding level. We can set the goal for remembering level. We can set the goal for understanding level also. There is a means through which through this things, I will like to introduce how we can change the course outcome. So we can change the our assessment question also. So for to assess the understand ability, we have to set the question like this: find the current through 6 ohm resistance using source transformation. Means first, students should remember the things, that is source transformation. Then they can means realize or recall whatever they are understanding, and then they can decide it, or they can calculate or find out the current through 6 ohm resistance. Got it? Similarly, the same topic, suppose I want to set the goal to test the or to achieve the applying level. So at the end of this course, students should able to obtain the electrical circuit response using different technique. Now see here, it is not asked what type of theorem or what type of tools should have to use for the student to determine the current. Previously, we give the information. You should use the source transformation. Now, what is the difference? Here, for this type of assessment question, student have to first recall or have to choose the tools. Then and only he can apply the theorem to find out the current through the 6 ohm. That is the difference between these two questions. If you are setting the question like this way, that means you want to judge the ability level. If you give the tools, means if you state that using this theorem you should solve this, that means you are only judge the understanding level, you are not judge the applying level. Similarly, sorry. Similarly, if you set the course outcome to judge the analysis level, see how you can modify the assessment question. Obtain the power dissipated across the 6 ohm resistors. That means first you have to understand what is the circuit at all, where is the source, where the power is dissipated, then how the power is dissipated, that thing should be know. You should understand the things. You should choose how to calculate the power dissipation. Then you have to apply this. So these all the things you have, students have to do. So this question can be asked for to understand the analysis level or solve level. And according to that, you can set the course outcome like this way. At the end of this course, student will be able to apply the different theorems to give in electrical circuit, and hence obtain the performance of the outcome of the circuit. Just taking the another example, that is the Fourier analysis. So for remembering level, to test the remembering level, how should I ask the question? Write a short note on Fourier transform. Just means to know whether they really know the theorem or not, or state and prove the shifting property of the Fourier transform. Means at the time of course instruction, I taught them. So now I just want to see whether they are remember the things or not, whether. So that type of question can be asked for remembering. Now suppose I set the course outcome for the same course Fourier transform in applying level. So how should the question will be modified? Obtain the Fourier transform for the signal given below. Means you should know the Fourier transform, you should understand the Fourier transform, you should know how to apply the Fourier transform, then and only you can give the answer. So that's how we can set the course outcome, and according to that you should set the assessment. Here I would like to say, suppose you set the goal or the course outcome that at the end of this course of the student will be able to understand and explain the importance of the Fourier transform, and you set the question like this: obtain the Fourier transform of the signal given below. That will not give you the proper feedback. Or reverse things also. Suppose you set the course outcome, that is at the end of this course student is able to obtain the Fourier transform of a given signal, but you ask the question, that is what is Fourier transform, write a short note, or what is this. Then what you are asking, what you are want to judge, you are want to judge the level of remembering level. You are not judge the applying level. So that's how you can change the course outcome. That is depends on you, depends whatever the student level. So you can set your goal, the course outcome, and you can set the your assessment. There is another assessment example. Obtain the Fourier transform of this periodic signal given below. Or suppose you want to judge or you want to assess the analyzing level. So you have to set the course outcome as at the end of this course, student should be able to apply the Fourier transform or the input output pair of a given system, and hence obtain the properties of the system. So how should we judge? Obtain the output of this LTI system. Or suppose you can set the comment on the reliability and the causability of the system. Suppose you set the course outcome to judge whether the student can able to design or not. That is normally asked in practical level class or some minor project level class. Obtain the order of filter to have 3 dB cutoff at 1 kilohertz means there is the numerical. Obtain the transfer function of the filter. Give the op-amp realization for the above filter. Means you have, if the student can able to answer this, then you can say, yes, the design ability that is have in the student. Or suppose you want to judge whether the student can able to use the modern tools. So you have to set the goal in such a way, and you have to ask the assistant that develop a MATLAB code for performing the convolution. Means through which you can realize, or you can judge, or you can assess, yes, if the student can able to develop the code, means they can have the ability how to use the modern tools. Similarly, there is a lab view question, so through which you can judge. Ultimately, at the higher level, extreme level, that is the mini project or open-ended experiment, where we are actually assess the designing ability, analyzing ability, using modern tools ability, using communication skill ability, using self-study ability. So all are this ability have been judged through this, you can say, assessment. So you have to set the course outcome in such a way. How you set the course outcome? In the same line, you have to assess you have to set your assessment paper or the question book. Now the second steps, that is draft the primary question paper. Here, before to start, you have to set the objective and the course outcome. You have to critically thinking, you have to realize how you set the course outcome at the start of this course, and then you should start to prepare the question paper. The draft question paper, always keep in your mind some guideline of this writing the question. I will discuss on this guideline. The first guideline, formulate the question that align with this behavioral specification in the learning outcome. Means suppose that is, again there is a printing. This is not the allocation ability, this is application ability. Suppose you want to judge or you want to assess the application ability, but you said the question in such a way that describe the application of computer in daily life. Is it really judge the ability level? What do you think? What do you think? Is it really? I use the term application, but whether is it really judge the application level of the student? I think not. You will also agree with me. So that is not the proper question to judge the application ability of the student. Next guideline, you can say, all this actually I prepare collecting from this some different workshop. It not totally my brainstorming things. So the second guideline, that is phrase the question so that student task is clearly identified. Means what you want to do by the student, that is clearly identified in the question paper. Means you have to delimit the area covered by this question. You use such word that themselves gives a proper direction what to do the student for this question. That should be clearly identified. Suppose you ask, write the advantage and or the characteristics or something. This means that what you are asking, you are asking 6 advantage. How much advantage? Suppose what happened, it is usually happen for everyone, I think. Suppose we start the evolution for any semester and examination question answer script. So first answer script, here I see the first student writes 6 advantage. So the question is asked for suppose 5 marks. So I give you the suppose 3 marks. I thought no, there is a 10 advantage should be there. Student write only the 6. So I should give the 3. Now what happened when I goes to the second answer script? I can see there is a 11 advantage. Then what to do? That means your question is not gives the proper clarity. Better than if you ask the question in such a way, write 2 or 5 advantage or the characteristics of that. Then it is clearly mentioned that students should write 2 advantage or the 5 advantage like this. So your question should be have some clear direction. Through the question, student can easily got what to do. Suppose the question is, what do you understand by? Means what? What I am asking? What I am actually want to know from the student? What do you understand by this means? What do you understand by Thevenin's theorem? What do you understand by the resonance? Means what I am actually want to assess. Better than if you set the question in that way, describe the theory with a suitable example. Means you are want to judge or the assess the remembering level or understanding level. That is clearly defined. Describe the theory with a suitable example. Suppose sometimes what happened during the question paper setting, we normally use this type of question to as a stopgap, you can say. Suppose the from the exam cell it is asked, you have to set the question 10 number question. I prepared the 9. Now how to complete the 10? We write the 10th question, write a short note on that. But this is not actually, this is, it may be the question, but it is not assess any ability level at all. If I say write the short note on that, then the student will confuse where to begin, what to describe, where to end, what to say. So it is actually very confusing like this. Suppose the next guideline, ask only those questions where the answer naturally very brief. You should ask the question in such a way. Suppose you ask the question, what is force? What the student can think? What is the expectation from the student? Or what is the expected answer? Whether you want to define or ask the student to define the force, or want to know the whether the student know the mathematical expression of the force, or you want to ask the student illustrate the term with a proper example, that is not clearly mentioned. So it is not a good type of question. What is force? It is not, it may be the question, but it is not actually assess any ability what is defined in outcome based education, that is in Bloom's taxonomy. It's neither assess the remembering level, neither assess the understanding level, neither assess the applying level. So that question should not be come in exam paper. Next, another example. Suppose if I ask what is thermocouple and write the advantage, and the marks is allotted for 2. What happened? With the 2 marks, what to write, what is thermocouple and what is the advantage. So with this question, what happens? Student gets confused. It is recommended that please don't ask the question in such a way. If you want to ask this question, write these two questions into different subcategory and allotted a separate marks for the two questions. Otherwise, whatever your aim, that will be not filled. That will be not you can achieve. Then specify the nature of response. Means, suppose you ask the question, what is the oxygen is need for? Suppose you ask, what is the oxygen is need for? Or what is the why oxygen is essential? Now, what happened? Student can answer that, sir, for breathing, the oxygen is required. But what is the your mind? In your mind, you want to ask which of the gases in the atmosphere is essential for combustion. You want to know whether the student is knowing these things or not. But at the time of setting question paper, you set the question paper like that. What is the oxygen need for? Means that question will give, or the student can give the wrong way, or go to the wrong direction. Next, suppose I ask the question, at what temperature does the water boil? Better than that, if I ask the question in that way, at what temperature does the water boil? Give your answer in Fahrenheit at sea level. Then it is more specific. Means you want to know the value in Fahrenheit degree. What is the temperature for boiling the water? In that way, you should think before the setting the question. Next is ensure the reliability of your test question. Structure the question indicating the proper marking scheme. Whenever we set the question, sometimes what happen, we set the question, we give the numerical question, and in that numerical, it is asked 2 or 3 values. But at the end, in the marking time, I give the marks as a 10. No, this is wrong. You should break the marks. For first finding, there is a 2 marks. For the second finding, there is a 3 marks. For the last finding, there is another 2 marks. So 5 plus 3 plus 2, 10. In that way, you should distribute the marking scheme if you set the question paper in that way. To ensure the validity, choice of the question are allowed. Here is a very, very important things in terms of outcome-based education. Outcome-based education means, suppose I give you an example. There is a 2 student. The first student, he is very sincere. He attend all the course. He cover 100% syllabus. And there is a second student. He is a little bit absent in the class. He is covered only 75% of the course. But at the end, what suppose at the end, it is the result shows both have scored the same marks. Then what is your conclusion? What is your interpretation? Whether those 2 students have the same level of knowledge? No, obviously not. But why it has happened? You set the question paper, you allow the student to choose the question paper in that way. Who have 75%, who cover the course 75%, they can also give the 70 marks answer. That is very wrong idea. If you give the choice in the question, that choice should be, what to say, it should be not only in the same chapter, Suppose for the chapter 1, you ask a question, and in the or in the choice, you said another question which is coming from the chapter 6. That is very wrong idea. Whenever you give the choice, you should give the question from same module, same chapter, as well as both these question should actually for same level judgment. Suppose for the first question is actually give you to understand or to assess the remembering level, and your second choice is actually you said the question in that way, you want to judge in understanding level. Now who is actually attend the first question, what happened, you can judge that student remembering ability. Who will attend the second question, you can able to judge his understanding ability. So ultimately at the end, you cannot compare these two ability skill of these two students. So whenever you give the choice of the question, it is called the internal choice. You can give the internal choice. Internal choice means it should be in the question should be coming from same chapter or the module, as well as at the same difficulty level. See here, there is a two question. The first question is asks the Ohm's law. Second question is asks what is the current. Obviously, the student should determine the current through Ohm's law. Both have, or both is actually a question is from the same topic or same module, you can see. But the first question, it is for testing the remembering level, and the second question, it is for testing the application level. If whether student know the Ohm's law, whether student know how to apply the Ohm's law, and then he can determine or he can find the current. So these two questions should not be coming in a choice of question. That is called the external choice. That should not be in the question paper. Normally we are doing that, but there is a very wrong idea that will not fulfill the outcome based education. Through this, you cannot judge whether all of the students able to achieve this level or not. Second, fourth one, sorry, not second. Decide the length of the exam. You should prepare your question in such a way more than 90% student should be able to complete the test within the stipulated time. Sometimes we heard from the student after the examination when they are coming out from this examination hall. This is, I know that, but for the time I cannot finish that. So whenever we set the question, we have to think if the student knows what is the right answer, at least within this stipulated time, they have to or they can write the answer properly. 90% student should be complete the question paper, answering the question paper within the stipulated time. Unless and until what happened, suppose you set the question paper in a lengthy manner. So what happened? Suppose 50% can able to write a whole answer. Then what is your aim? What is your goal? You want to judge whole 100% student whether they are able to got the ability or not. But that will not fulfill. Next step, you have to edit and select the question. What is editing means? Editing means whenever from exam cell we got the what to say that appointment letter for setting the question paper. We set the question paper, and without checking the question paper, checking means not that the grammatical mistakes or like that. Checking means after completing the whole or after setting whole question, again you have to go through this question at least 2 times, in keeping with this mind what is your blueprint, what is your course outcome, what you said at the first of this at the starting of this course, and exactly what you are asking at the end of this course. If these two are not matching, then your aim or goal that will be not satisfied. So that is called the editing. Editing means you have to check again also whether you are selecting proper question from the proper chapter or not. Whatever you said as a that time specification matrix, table of specification matrix. So whether your question is follow this table or not, you should also check at the end of this question paper setting. Next, describe on level of difficult question paper means your question paper have proper mixing of question where different type of level of difficulties question are there. Means there should be a higher level difficulties question, there should be a lower level difficulties question, there should be a middle level difficulties question. There is a mixing of all the things. You should not miss it is not the things. Suppose there is a 6th chapter. So in that 6th chapter, you asking the question for the first chapter in higher level, and if you again said the question for the 2nd chapter for the higher level difficulty, then what happened? These two will not means balance the question. If you ask the question for higher level for chapter 1, you should ask the question for 2nd chapter from middle level or lower level. In that way, you should have there should be a mixing of a level of difficulty. 7th point, that is the groups of question, that is already we followed in our markout system. Group of question means all this multiple choice question should be coming together. Short answer type question should be coming together, and the long answer type question should be coming together. Next important is sequence of question. Whenever we say the question, what I say at the editing level, you should able to, or you after checking that what happened, your question should have the order from easy to difficulty level. Means suppose you said the question for first question is for difficulty level, 2nd question is easy level, then 3rd question is middle level. That is not the right way. You should set the question in such a way it should be start from easy level to difficulty level. Why? It will actually increase the confidence level of the student. If you ask a very difficult question at the beginning, first question, student may get confused, student may get get nervous. So that is not the aim for the assessment. What is the aim for the assessment? You should able to judge whether they really able to got the ability or not. So you should state the question in such a way that it should be easy to difficult level. Now prepare the instruction, whatever you give in the question paper, that should be clearly written. The general direction, it should be at the beginning of the test. The phrase direction, it should be meet the student of lower ability level. Tell the student where and how to record the answers clearly. Means all this instruction should be clearly mentioned in the exam paper or the question paper, so that student get easily understand what to do or what the instruction want to know from the student. last top part you can say in my presentation, that is reform the examination to promote the deep learning. Actually, the AICT proposed a examination reform in November 2018. What is that? It is actually suggest the assessment strategy should be for outcome-based education. Whatever the assessment strategy you define, you plan at the beginning, it should be follow the outcome-based education. Means there is a closed loop type of things. After the assessment, you should analyze, you should replan, you should revise your action plan. Again, you have to implement. So that closed loop should be there in your assessment strategy. Improve the structure and the quality of the assessment. What the AICT suggests, suppose for this year, you set a question which is coming from, or which is actually assessed for the remembering level. For the next assessment cycle, you should try to reform the question so that you can judge next level of ability, means the understanding ability. So that should be in your mind whenever you setting the question paper. Assessing higher order abilities and professional skill, always try to keep in your mind or set in your mind in such a way that you should focus on, or you should always thinking on that, you should judge the ability of the student, that is higher level ability. You should judge the higher level ability, professional skill ability, what through which the student can ultimately, means nowadays what I say in the first previously, it is the student always says that I know that. Now this is not the enough. I know is not the enough. Student have to say I can apply, I can do, in that way. So it student have the professional skill ability, higher order ability. So that is the end. The great teachers are made, not just born. With this hope, here I conclude my lecture. Now it is open for the audience. If you have any question, I would like try to answer it.
Thank you very much, sir. To the audience, if anybody have any question.
In the chat box. No, sorry. Is it have you got what I want to share with you? Is there any doubt or any lacuna is there, or any misunderstanding? You can ask.
Yes, sir, definitely. So if anybody have any question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable speech, for valuable time also, and your speech regarding the question paper and question format, examination reforms, assessment. Definitely, as a faculty, it will be very much helpful for all of us. Thank you very much. And definitely, as you say, if we are facing any kind of problem, definitely we will contact with you. So that will be very much helpful for you. Thank you very much again. And on behalf of the Greater Kolkata College of Engineering and Management, please accept a small token of acceptance.
Thank you very much. This really encourage me that type of facilitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. To the audience or all the participants, this is the lunch break. We will meet again around 2 p.m. and the sessions will be completed by Dr. Oniles De. The topic's name is the question paper framing with COPO mapping. So thank you everybody to and stay with us. We will start again from 2 p.m. after the lunch. This is the lunch break. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, all participants. There's some announcement. This session speaker, Dr. Anilesh De sir, take time is this session will be start from 2:10. This session will start from 2:10 p.m. Some technical issue are there from sir end. So sir, give us time for us 10 minutes. So this session will start from 2:10 p.m. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Arindam.
Good afternoon, sir. Should I start, sir?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
You can start.
Yes, sir. So, good afternoon, everybody, all the participants and Onilendra sir. Sir already with us. These sessions are delivered to the sir. Before starting this session, I just want to introduce about the Onilendra sir. Sir, presently, Onilendra sir is the head of the Department of the Electronics and Communication Engineering, Narula Institute of Technology. Sir obtained PhD degree from Jadavpur University. Sir has more than 10 years of academics and research experience. Sir got many awards for his research and got the championship in many national and state level technical competitions like hackathon, etc. And many PhD candidates are working under him, under his guidance also. So without wasting so much time from my side, I'm going to directly welcome and invite Dr. Onilendra Desai to give his valuable speech on the topic of the question paper framing with CO and PO mapping. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arindam, for this nice introduction. First of all, I thank to organizer to give me the opportunity to share my knowledge about the question paper forming with the help of the Bloom taxonomy and COPO mapping level. So without wasting the further time, I just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Now, today's topic is the setting of the outcome-based question paper for the assessment. Already Arindam introduced me. Presently, I'm working in the head of the department in the Electronics and Communication Engineering, Narula Institute of Technology. Now, these are the outline, setting of the outcome-based question, example of the outcome-based question tagging with the CO, CL, AC types of category, model question paper of the ACT and conclusion. Now, first we'll go for the, what is the basically the, we already know the Bloom's taxonomy, and it is defined as a cognitive process of the dimension of the revised Bloom's taxonomy, like the original version has the 6 skills. They are from the simplest to the most complex. First is the remember, understand, apply, analysis, evaluate, create. And if I go for the level of that, so we can say the remember is called the level 1, understand, apply, then 3, 4, 5, and 6. But revised Bloom's taxonomy, it is introduced in the 1999. Dr. Lauren Anderson is a former learner from the Bloom's, and his colleagues published the upgrade version of the Bloom's taxonomy. So when the Bloom's taxonomy, the previous version is introduced, it is introduced for the content of thinking, and right now it is introduced for the process to introduce for the solving the problems. So there is the 4 categories. One is called the factual, conceptual, procedural, and metacognitive. I think all of you know this thing. Can I skip this thing and can go for the one by one? Everything is known by you, I think, understand. You know the Bloom's taxonomy. Is it, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir. Audible, sir.
So you know this now. What is the 4 categories of the knowledge dimension? So you know it is what is called the factual, conceptual. I can go for the detail, or you can know this thing. I can directly come to the question paper formation. Do you have any idea? Then, if not, I can explain this thing. Should I explain this thing? Arindam, actually, is there any some problem of the some audible problem is there? I'm not getting that if you are understanding this thing or not. Arindam, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So should I go for that? What I'm asking that, should I go for the one by one, or I can move for the next one? Directly come to the question paper formation.
As you wish, sir. According
Okay,
to
fine. So I just read out this thing. I'm not going for the detail. What is a factual knowledge includes the isolated bits of information, such as the vocabulary definitions and knowledge about the specific details. Conceptually, consists of the system of the information, such as the classification and categories. Procedural includes the algorithm, different type of techniques, methods, as well as the knowledge sharing. And finally, is the metacognitive knowledge is like that. To refer the knowledge for the thinking process and informative about how to manipulate the process actually effectively. So these are very, very important keywords to making a particular question. Now I can go for the question. So when any examiner is trying to go for the question, and if we know we are going for the outcome-based education, so every course has its own defined COs. And when you are framing the COs, so what is the course outcome? Obviously, that is mapping with the program outcomes. That means how much the course outcome is correlated with the program outcomes. So taking consideration of that, so we are considering that if I'm framing a question paper which has 5 number of COs. So these are the CO 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when we go for the lectures hour allocated for the each and every COs, which is defined in your syllabus, that is the first CO1 for the 8 hours, CO2 for 8 hours, CO3 is for the 6 hours, CO4 is for the 10 hours, and CO5 is 4 hours, and total hours is the lecture hour is the 36. So if I go for the percentage of the hour allocation, so what will happen? I can allocate the CO1, the percentage is a 22.22%, same is CO2 is a 22.22%, CO3 is the 16.66%, CO4 is the 27.77%, and CO5 is for the 11.11%, and total percentage is the 100%, which we allocated with the help of this division of the lecture hour, which is correlated to the CO formation. Now question is coming for the, when you allocate the CO and you allocate the hours to complete your syllabus. Now when you're framing the question, you have to also considering the marks allocation according to this hour allocation. So that means if the CO1, which is related to the 8 hours, and you can devote it the 22.22% of the total hours, so your allocation of the marks should be equivalent to that. So if I take the total 100 marks question, so it is equivalent, the allocated marks question for the CO1 is nothing but that 22.22%. And if I take in consideration the total marks is the 70, so if I multiply this thing, the 70, we can find out the 22.22% out of 70, it is the 15.5 marks we can allocate for the CO. Similarly, we can allocate for the CO2 for the 15.5, it is 11.6, CO4 is for the 19.43, and it is the 7.77. Now, if I go for the equivalent value, we can take the 15, 15, 12, 20, and it is a 8. And so total marks coming out the 70. So first framing the question, if you want to go for the framing the question. So if and a concept of the allocation of the marks with respect to the CO. So you predefine how many marks you can allocate for the CO1, CO2 like this. So this is totally depends upon the examiner. This is totally depend upon the who is setting up the question, and according that you can finalize the marks allocation. If this slide is clear, then I can move to the next slide. It is clear, or any further question is required for that? Actually, what will happen? I want the session should be the interactive one. So whatever the discussion, every session is like that. Sharing the knowledge is nothing but the more and more learn from the both the side. So if you are not sharing this question, anything, and I can only read out the slides. So I think this is the inactive session. So you please respond if you understand this thing, then I can move for the next slide.
Okay, sir.
Is clear?
It's clear.
Is it clear?
Okay, sir. It's okay, sir.
Okay. So what will happen? I think all of you are going for the MACOUT curriculum, not in the autonomous curriculum. So in your syllabus, the lectures hour is given. So when you are making the question with the outcome, means you first allocate the marks in this process. This is the one process, but you can choose the other process also, and you can fix on your own algorithm also. There is no problem for that. Now, next point is the percentage of marks in the three types of the question. One is the recall type, one is the logical type, and one is for analytical type. So I can introduce this three type in my question, framing of the question. You can put up your preferable type also. There is no problem for that. So what will happen? I can write the type of question while giving the question that is a recall based question. I'm choosing the 20% of that. So out of 70, 20% of the question, I'm first fixing that I can go for the recall type of question. Now I can find it that I can go for some logical type of question, that is the 35% I can fix to the logical type of question. And that is when I devoted the most thing about the analytical type question is the 45%, and so the total 32 marks I can go for the analytical question. So this is in your hand as an examiner hand. So you can go for as much, you can take this thing or you can apply your one. But in my point of view, that if the recall type of question is too much, that is the outcome based, what is your outcome is given in the syllabus, that is not achieved properly. So you can give the maximum to maximum marks as an analytical one. So because we are doing the engineering courses, engineering type courses. So if it is the analytical one, that is also increase the knowledge level of you can deliver the lectures in the class. You can find it out that the student is apply this thing properly or not. So is this clear? Can I move to the next one? Can I move to the next slide? I think some background sound is coming on. Please, I request everybody is mute yourself. So host is advised to mute them because some background noise is coming. Now what will happen? What will happen if I go for the now plan to distribution the marks of the each COs reference to the recall, logical, and analytical. So what will happen? I already allocated the CO1 is the 15 marks, which I already mentioned in my first slide. Sorry. So CO1 is the 15 marks I'm taking from here. Now it is a divided the recall type, I can go for the 20%. So 15 marks or 20% of the 15 marks. So 3 marks we can go for the recall type, and 35 marks of the CO1. So 5 marks of the CO1 I can go for the logical type, and 45% of the 15 marks, that is the 7 marks, I can go for the analytical type. So out of 15 marks, I can divide it this thing. So what is the recall type of question, what is the logical type of question, and what is the analytical type of question. Similar thing, I can go for the CO2, CO3, CO4, and CO5. So getting this, all this thing, we can find it out that total marks of the question recall type is the 14 marks, total marks of the logical type is the 24 marks, and total marks analytical is the 32 marks. And you can find it out that in the all the question, you can touches that in every section, which is the recall type of question, which is the logical type of question, you are touching the all the COs. That means that distribution marks with the reference of the CO is perfectly utilized if you plan to design this thing in this way. Now, question to measure the CO4. I am taking a question which is the correlated to the CO4, a particular type. You are assuming this type of question which is matches the CO type. So I can first taking a question that is identifying the one devices which may be establish the following voltage transfer characteristics. So this diagram is given. Marks is 1. I can find it out that it is the CO type of CO4. It is the mapping with this question is mapping directly to the CO4. Now what will happen is the cognitive level of this question is the remember type of level, because if you don't remember this thing, you are not supposed to give the answer. And knowledge level is the factual level. Type, it is nothing but it is a recall type, and this is the answer solution is given that the identify the one device which is establish the following voltage transfer characteristic. If you are not recalling this thing, that it is the characteristics of the operational amplifier, you are not giving the answer of the question. So it is basically the recall type of question. So you can distribute the recall type of question, and in this way that your CO is properly mapped with your all the Bloom taxonomy level. Is it clear? Can you move to the another question? Can I move on?
Yes, sir.
Now, it is also one objective type of question. So what will happen? It is, you can find it out in which segments of the following characteristics the device can be operated and an amplifier. AB and BC, BC and CD, CD and DE, AB and DE. So it is a question is given. So you can then find it out. It is a AB, BC, CD, and DE is given. And which segment of this thing, the following characteristics of the device can operate it and amplifier. So we know it is nothing but the BC and BD, this region. So if you are not recalling this thing, so you are not giving the answer. That's why it is the recall, and it is very the conceptual one. So what is the difference of this previous one? Previous question is a factual, and this is the conceptual. So here, if you make this question in this way, so all type of question, what is a factual, conceptual, metacognitive, everything can be justified, and everywhere the CO is mapping. So I can give you the two examples which both are satisfied the CO code, but what will happen? Both the case cognitive level is a remember, type is a recall, but knowledge level is nothing but the one is a conceptual and one is a factual. So in this way, you can moderate your question as that thus it is attain the maximum outcome based question paper. So I can go for the another example. Similar, I can take another question. It is also in the following diagram, determine the gain of the device for the amplification. So what will happen? It is also the conceptual question. So if you don't have any idea of this graph, so you are not giving the type this thing, and it is a type is also recalled this thing. So if you don't know the formula, if you don't know the gain, and if you're not recalling the formula, you are not supposed to go for the what is the determine of the game. So that is also the type of the recaller. Similarly, I can go for the another question for the measure of the CO4. The differential mode gain and common mode gain of an op-amp is the 100 dB and 1 dB respectively. Then what is the value of the CMRR? So if you know this thing, what is the formula of the CMRR? If you're not recalling this thing, you are not giving the answer. And what will happen? It is also the conceptual type question, and knowledge level is the cognitive level is the remember, knowledge level is the conceptual, and type is the recall. In this way, you can framing the question, and after that, if you're framing the all type of question, so you can find it out that all the CO is mapping properly. Do you have idea of the how can you go for the attainment of the question? Anyone have any idea how can you calculate the attainment? In this workshop, the attainment portion is some speaker is already giving the lecture on the.
Yes, ma'am, sir. But basically, attainment calculations are done, sir.
Now, how you can before the calculation you can put it the any kind of attainment value to your proper question. The speaker is giving you the idea.
No, sir.
Okay. So Surajit sir is already taking the lecture session.
No, sir. Surajit sir and
So,
Janta sir will take by.
So actually, this portion will cover by the Jayantu sir. So don't worry for that.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So now what will happen? Next one is again I can go for the CO4 because I'm taking the CO4 because with the help of the one CO we can vary the question. So if your question syllabus has the 5 COs, so you can find it out the how many variation you can create. Now what will happen? Here also it is measured the CO4, but marks is the different. Previous one is an objective type of question. Right now it is some different type of question is there. So what will happen? This type of question right now is nothing but the logical type of question. So what will happen in an experiment? The following circuit has the 2 readings are taken at the output, which is the input voltage V in is the 1 volt and 8 volt respectively. What is the output voltage? So if you don't have the concept of this circuit, if you don't know what is the, so it is a plus VC, C and minus V is given, it is a plus 12, minus 12 volt is given. It is a 1 kilo and 4 RI and RF is also given. So from there you can find out what is the gain of this particular operational amplifier. So what will happen if this type of question is given and the student don't have a concept of the operational amplifier, they are not supposed to give the proper answer. Because what will happen, student, what you're trying to do, student will go for that output voltage V is that gain is nothing but the V in by V output. So if you know what is the V in and if you know the what is the gain of the op-amp, and then you can find it out the V out. So if it is the operational amplifier and the input resistance and feedback resistance are given, and from there you can find it out the gain. But if the student have the concept, so if the input is changing, what is the maximum output voltage you can get it from this op-amp, they are not giving you, that is not give you the answer. So that's why we can say this, the knowledge level is a conceptual, and it is an application type of question. Cognitive level is an application type of question, and this is also the mapping the CO4. So I'm taking the example of the only the one of the course outcome, and from there we can find it out the how can you format the question. Now, next question is that I can question is the measure how to measure the CO4. Same pattern is there, but what will happen? Here the question is that find out the V output voltage of the following circuits. So it is an application oriented thing, because what will happen if you read out the operational amplified, if you know how do you go for the output voltage. Now it is a type is nothing but the analytical, and it is a application oriented. So in this way you can categorize the question in the level of the cognitive level, knowledge level, type, and the CO mapping of this particular question. Now what will happen? Question to measure the outcome. Now what will happen in the previous one? You can allocate that CO4 is the 20 marks, and you can give the recall type of question, that is the 4 marks, 4 question. You can go for the logical type of question, that is the 7 marks of that question. And if you go for the analytical question, 9 marks. That means you can in the all the CO implementation in the recall type, logical type, and analytical, and you are framing the all questions. So it is our autonomous college is a semester type of question. So we are preparing this question in this way. So in the group A, we have the objective type of question. We can framing the objective type of question in this way. Group B, we can give the option to answer the short answer type question, and similarly group C, we can go for the long answer type question. So according to that, you can go for the different type of CO mapping, and you can apply and put it in the question paper. So if any clarification is needed, you can ask me the question, and then I go for the model AICT question paper setting. How do AICT define the, how to make the question paper? If any kind of, now I can find it on one of my colleague has joined. Welcome Samapriya in this session. Any doubt? Please tell me if there is any doubt. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
If any doubt, you can ask me the question. So otherwise, I can go for the further proceeding of the AICT model curriculum based syllabus.
Okay, sir.
I think some speaker is trying to speak. Kuntal sir is trying to speak something.
So okay, sir.
Okay. So all of you, I think it is a known to you. It is nothing to more. Now we can go for the move to the, that is the AICT model curriculum question. Now what will happen when AICT is preferred? When you are making your question paper, you can give the COs in this particular question paper. First, you can write the course outcome in the question paper, and then we go for the model type of question. And according that, AICT is defined is the CO level. So I can abbreviate it this way. So BL is nothing but the Bloom's taxonomy level. That is nothing but the level 1 is the remembering, understanding, applying is 3, 4 analysis, first evaluating, and CS creating. CO is note that the course outcome, PO is the program outcome, and PI code is the performance indication course. So performance indicator course you can put in your question, but it is the optional one. Everything is same, what is discussed in the previous, but one thing is, main thing is like that. After that, they are giving this question, Bloom level wise marks distribution. So here, their maximum, they're using the level 2 and level 4, and their distribution in the marks in this way. So AICT prefers that you can put it that this kind of graphical representation in your question. But in my point of view, so if I go for the, if you're making the question, so in the graph, that means the out of 5 level, 6 level, the 4 to 3, you have to put it in your question paper. That is looking the more CO mapped question paper. Now, AICT also suggested that after you making the question paper, you are also giving the bar chart distribution of the CO marks. Whatever I can explain in my previous, when I use my slide, how much CO1 is covered, how much CO2 is covered. So in this paper setter, he is taking the question of the CO1 is a 5%, CO2 is the 55%, CO3 is the 80%, CO4 is the 20%, and CO5 is none. But in my suggestion, if there is a, that means in this question fair, there is no application of the CO5. So in my point of view, if you're making this type of question with the help of the AICT model curriculum, you can at least touches that each and every CO, so we can say that the CO is properly justified. So right now, instead of the, it is a linear integrated circuit, because I am from the EC department, so I can go for the EC based course only, but I can put it the some another course is designed by this. I think some mechanical question is given. So this type of figure diagram they are using to giving the application type of question. So in this way, you can framing the question. So your question is judged by the how much application oriented question you can put it in your question paper formation. So these are the already everything is available in the website. So after the question, you can format that it's a Bloom level wise marks distribution. So you can find it out that here is a 7 COs are there, and he's attending the all the COs. So we can, if I compare the previous question paper with this question paper, so we can say this question paper is more CO justified than the previous one. So if you try to prepare the question, you can follow this thing where your course wise, course outcome wise marks distribution, that is marks distribution should be touches the all the COs. So it is everything is available in the net. So these are the model curriculum. So I think this is all about the, how can I mix the syllabus outcome based question paper, and everything is that when you write the CO, so you can always use all the labels. What is a Bloom's it touches the all the labels of the Bloom's taxonomy, taxonomy label, and you can divide the CO in this way. The why when you're making the COs, so when you framing any CO in a particular subject, you can think that you have to come to the question, which is the outcome based education. You can come to the question, and from the question, if you go for the attainment, so at least it is going for the maximum value of the attainment. So in this way, formation of the CO is very, very important. If your formation of the CO is clear, then according to the CO, you can go for the different type of attributes and you can make your question paper. That's all from my side. Now I can open for the question answer session.
So one question from my side, sir. Basically, whenever we are mentioning, because of whenever we are mentioned about the CO number or this one, is this mentionable as a all in a bar graph only, or any another?
It is AICT suggest.
Okay.
I can show you the problem is suggested by the AI. It is the AICT model question which is available in the AICT portal, or if you search it in the Google, you can find it at this question. So I am only the copy the two question and replicate it over here, but it is not necessary. So if the bar graph is there, student is getting more attractive on this question. So actually, if you go for the when you give your model syllabus to your students don't know what is the COs, what is the POs like this. But if something attractive is there, then student has also the interest to knowing about the what is the outcome-based education, why he are learning this. Suppose one course is the analog electronics circuits, and every student from the class itself, we can give the description of each lecture, first lecture. What is your PO? What is your COs? And how the POs and COs mapping? That means if you are going for the BTech in the electronics and communication engineering, and how the analog electronics subject is related, how much related to your total your courses. That means if I say the total BTech total program, and that will help the student to understand this thing. So this is only the AICT type, but in our type as an autonomous college, we don't go for this type of bar chart. Whatever I show or showcase over there, we are implementing this thing in our question framing format, but we are not preferring the bar graph. But you can go for the bar graph. So that's up to you. You can choose it, follow directly the AICT, or according as per your institute guidelines, you can follow this thing. That's up to you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any question?
I think it is a very easier topic. So only the practice session is needed. That if you are understanding the making the COs, so after knowing the COs and attainments, the question paper formation is a very, very easy task. But it is very, very important because yesterday we submitted a NAC. So in the criteria to everything, all these things are required. So if you are going for the accreditation of your institute, as well as if you go for the accreditation of your department, so this is always rated, because NBA as well as the NAC, these are the very, very important criteria.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving your valuable speech, and definitely very much informative for us. I think just like me, the whole participant gets the benefits from my side, and from behalf of our college, Greater Kolkata Institute of Technology, Greater Kolkata College of Engineering and Management, we are just giving a token of appreciation. Please accept this one, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So that's all about.
Thank you giving me the opportunity to speak about this. Actually, what will happen? Yesterday we are very much busy to submit the NAC. I came from the college at 12:30 in the night. Till DVV is already started for the student satisfaction survey. So I don't get the preparation of the too many examples of the question. So if you want, I can share some question of our Narula Institute of Technology to you, and you can share it to your colleagues.
Definitely, sir. That will be very much helpful for us if you share with us.
Thank you. With permission of everyone, I'm leaving the session.
অনিলেশ প্রশান্ত দা বলছি। হ্যালো,
PM স্যার বলুন। ভালো আছেন?
হ্যাঁ, তুমি যতগুলো পারো মৈত্রী ম্যাডামের পারমিশন নিয়ে একটু শেয়ার করে দাও, তাতে সবার সুবিধা হবে আর কি।
হ্যাঁ।
কালকে তোমাদের নেক্সট সাবমিশন সব ঠিকঠাক হয়ে গেছে?
সাবমিশন ঠিকঠাক হয়ে গেছে।
যাক, ভালো।
11টায় সাবমিট হয়েছে রাত্রি।
11টায় কখন বাড়ি ফিরলে? 12:30?
12:30টার বেশি হয়ে গেছে, মানে
তুমি তো
হেক্টিক শিডিউল, লাস্ট 15 days লিভ।
সে জানি তো, আমরা তো রিশিডিউল করলাম তোমাদের কাছ থেকে শোনার পরে।
হ্যাঁ, মানে মানে আমাদের এতটাই মানে আমি মানে কি কষ্ট করে প্রিপেয়ার করেছি, মানে সকাল থেকে আর ঘুম থেকে উঠতেই পারছি না। মনে করো এভরিডে আই ক্যান গো টু লাইফ ইজ গোয়িং অন, আই থিংক ইট স্টপ।
ডেফিনেটলি। যাক, তবু টার্গেট মিট তো হয়েই গেছে। তারপর এখন দেখো তো, ওয়েট ফর দ্য রেজাল্ট কি হয়।
Pray for us for the better result.
ডেফিনেটলি মানে সেম এতে একই জায়গায়। যাক, তোমাকে ভালো লাগলো, তোমাকে আরো পরে অন্যান্য সময়ও যাতে চাইলে পাই সেটা দেখো। আর একটু কথা বলে নিয়ে যতগুলো পারো একটু কোয়েশ্চেন যদি শেয়ার করে দাও, তাহলে আমাদের যে সমস্ত যারা ফ্যাকাল্টি মেম্বার্স আছেন তো তাদের পক্ষেও সুবিধা হবে আর
কালকে
কি।
যখন সুরজিৎ দা সেশনটা একটু আপনি সবাইকে একটু অ্যাটেন্ড করান, কারণ এই কোয়েশ্চেন পেপার গুলো না এগুলো
সুরজিৎ, হ্যাঁ, সুরজিতের ডেফিনেটলি। অরিন্দম, প্লিজ নোট, সুরজিৎ মাঝি, ওর প্রেজেন্টেশন এবং কোশ্চেন পেপার বা এই টোটাল এই ওবির ওপর যে এটা রয়েছে, দ্যাটস এ ভেরি গুড প্রেজেন্টেশন। আমি আগেও দেখেছি আমরা স্যাটারডে ক্লাবে। তো আই রিকোয়েস্ট অল দ্য say participants, those who are say attending this FDP. So this is my earnest request to all of you for your betterment and for your institute betterment. So please attend Dr. Surajit Maji's say presentation.
কারণ সিও ম্যাপিংটা ইফ ইউ প্রশান্ত যদি সিও ম্যাপিং শিখে, সিও কিভাবে ডিজাইন করতে শিখে যায়, অ্যাটেনমেন্ট শিখে যায়, এভরিথিং কাম অটোমেটিক্যালি। বাকিগুলো তো
অনিলেশ, কাকুলি ম্যাডাম অলরেডি সিওপিও নিয়ে খুব ভালো একটা সেশন দিয়েছেন এবং আশা করি যে পার্টিসিপেন্টরাও সে ব্যাপারে একমত হবে। আর একটাও আজকেও আরেকবার ইন টোটালিটি ইন এ নাটসেল একটা প্যাকেজ হিসাবে ওবির ওপরে এইচওডি মেকানিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং জেআইএস এর ডক্টর সন্দীপ ঘোষ, সন্দীপও খুব ভালো প্রেজেন্টেশন দিয়েছে এবং ওর পিপিটিটাও আমরা বলেছি ও শেয়ার করে দেবে এবং কাকুলি ম্যাডামও শেয়ার করে দিয়েছি। সো দিস ইজ এ ভেরি গুড লার্নিং অবজেক্টিভস ফর আওয়ার say teachers or participants, those who are say really interested.
WBUT কোশ্চেনটাই মানে যেটা আপনারা এই পেপারের এই মডিফিকেশনটা আপনারা ওই ক্লাস টেস্ট বা ইউনিট টেস্ট, স্লট টেস্ট যেটা বলেন আপনারা, সব টিচাররা জেনে যাবে।
আমি একটা এমনি, আমি তো তখন তো ওবি আমাদের হয়নি, তবু আমি ওই এক্সাম রিফর্মস এর উপর জাস্ট পড়ে নিয়ে আমি ওই যেটা স্যাটারডে ক্লাবে আমাদের হয়েছিল আর কি, হ্যাঁ, তাতে আমি একটা পেপার দিয়েও ছিলাম যে আমার ইলেকট্রিক মেশিন 1 এর উপরে। তো এই সমস্ত সিওপিও এগুলোকে করে আর কি, যেভাবে সব্যসাচী বলেছিল আর কি, যেভাবে আর কি প্রফেসর রায় বলেছিলেন যে এইভাবে করতে, তো সেভাবে দিয়েছিল। তো দিস ইজ এ ভেরি গুড সেশন, পার্টিকুলারলি দিস ফ্যাকাল্টি ডেভেলপমেন্ট প্রোগ্রাম। সো দ্যাট যারা অলরেডি এই জায়গাগুলোতে ছিল না, আই থিঙ্ক দে হ্যাভ get an idea যে what is what and how to be say proceed further to attain this goal, if I am not wrong.
Yes, 100%. মানে if you go for the betterment of your department, betterment for your institute, the accreditation is needed. And if you go for the accreditation, so if you don't know what is the outcome based and how can you apply the outcome based education in your curriculum or in your teaching and learning process, so it is very difficult to achieve this thing. So requested everyone apply whatever you learn in your regular business to go for the accreditation of your department as well as the institute.
So one more thing I just want to add, that is whatever be the different of opinions or different pundits have, but unless and until you go for this process as per AICT suggestions, so it is not possible to attend any accreditation process, whether it is NAC, whether it is departmental NBA, whatever it is, or even NIRF ranking. So this is very much essential for every department, every faculty member, or any AICT approved colleges. So this is must. So my earnest request to all the participants to please attend all the sessions at your bottom level, so that you can get some idea how to say apply these ideas in future for the betterment of the department as well as your institute. Thank you, Anilesh.
Thank you, Prashantada. With permission of you and Arindam, the coordinator, because some people I know this, Gopal Jana, he already came to our college for the NBA visit, and Kuntal is also there. So I know few people presented over here, and Sama is my colleague also. Thank you very much. It's a nice interacting to you. Hopefully, I've not visited the Greater Kolkata till now. Hopefully, the chance will come and days will come.
Definitely, Anilesh will be very much glad. So if you people are say coming, definitely you will get an opportunity.
You start doing the accreditation, whatever the help is needed from my side, I can give my 100% for that.
I'm more than 200% sure for your cooperation and coordination from your end.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So with
Thank you
permission,
very much, sir. Thank you.
Gaur Gopal, ভালো আছো তো?
হ্যাঁ স্যার ভালো আছি স্যার।
ওকে। আর
স্যার আমি শুনছিলাম একটু এখানে মানে বাড়িতে ছিলাম তো একটু এর জন্য আমি তেমন কথা বলতে পারিনি, কিন্তু আমি পুরোটাই
না ফাইন থ্যাংক ইউ।
অনিলেশ, আমার একটা ট্রিট পাওনা বাকি আছে, নতুন বাড়িতে শিফট করেছো, ট্রিট দাওনি।
ওকে
No, just joke about.
না ঠিক আছে প্রশান্ত, থ্যাংক ইউ। চলো, I'm leaving the session. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So this will complete today's session, and Deepankar sir is already in between. Sometimes the feedback form link will be shared, so collect that one and please complete the feedback for today's sessions. And from tomorrow is the last day of our FDP. That last day, Surajit Bari sir, Jayantopal sir will give our speech, and they are definitely, as discussed in this presentation, that they are all the valuable ones. So each and every, I request you again that try to join the right in time, and that's all from my side for today. Thank you, everyone.
One more thing, with permission from Arindam, I just want to add up. So, but particularly tomorrow's two speaker, Surajit and Jayanto. So, particularly their presentations, I will assure you, will be enjoyable, and you will love it very much, because both of them has must give you some basic idea, not only the basic idea, particularly on question paper framing as per AICT guidelines of exam reforms. So it will be, I can assure that it will be an enjoyable sessions for both from Surajit and Jayanto. So I hope everybody of all the participants will join and enrich our faculty development program like all other days. So in the concluding or last sessions also on the last day, your all of our cooperation and participation is expected. So with this few talk, I'm just leaving, and please keep in mind to attend the Jayantopal sessions and Dr. Surajit Bari's session. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So wait a moment, and we will share the feedback link. So you can collect that one and just submit the feedback link up for the today's sessions. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for today, and we will meet again by tomorrow 10 o'clock. Thank you. Feedback link is available in the chat box. Please collect the link and submit the today's feedback.